an intercultural society today, 20th of October 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, this seminar is organized by English Department of Pamulang University and is broadcast live streaming on YouTube. My name is Eka Margianti Sagimin as your Master of Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call our agenda today. The first is opening ceremony, continued by Indonesian national anthem and opening prayers, continued by report by Chair of Organizing Committee, welcoming speeches by Chairman of Sasmita Jaya Foundation and Rector of Universitas Pamulang, opening and inaugurating speech by Rector of Unpam, keynote speech, plenary presentation, parallel session, and closing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start our agenda by saying Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The following agenda is Indonesia National. Ladies and gentlemen,
Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, semua yang ada, bangunlah padanya untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, dan tinggi.
thank you. The next agenda is opening prayer by Mr. Abdul Aziz MA. Mr. Aziz, the microphone is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bapak, Ibu sekalian, dan juga rekan-rekan mahasiswa, marilah kita berdoa berdasarkan keyakinan kita masing-masing, dan khususnya bagi Muslim, izinkanlah saya untuk memimpin doa agar Allah memberikan keberkahan dan kelancaran pada acara seminar kita. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, hamda yuafi ni'amahu yukafi mazida ya Rabbana lakal hamdu, kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa dhunuba walidayna warhamhuma kama rabbayana shighara. Allahumma 'allimna ma yanfa'una wanfa' bima 'allamtana wa zidna ilman wa zidna ilman wa zidna ilman warzuqna fahman. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Sekian dari saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Aziz. Ladies and gentlemen, The following agenda is report by Chair of Organizing Committee by Mr. Sukma Septian Nasution, SPD, MPD. Mr. Septian, time is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, praise be upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for every second of breath that He gives to us and enables us to share this virtual platform in this blissful morning. Salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam for his kindness that brings us love and peace. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that amongst the world's struggle to combat the new coronavirus disease, dissemination and scholarly forum must always have a place and priority amongst others. Accordingly, we proudly present to you the 10th National Seminar on Literature, Linguistics and Language Teaching, organized by English Literature Study Program of Universitas Pamulang. The Honorable Head of Yayasan Sasmita Jaya, Bapak Dr. Honoris Causa Haji Darsono, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Pamulang, Bapak Dr. Haji Dayat Hidayat MM, and the Vice Rectors, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Letters and Head of English Literature Study Program, Bapak Dr. Rapndon Dasuki LCMA and Ibu Triana SSMA successively, the distinguished keynote, plenary and parallel speakers, and all respective participants. Allow me to deliver a brief and general report of this annual seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 10th series of national seminar we proudly present to our nation. The spirit of this seminar lies on exploring and exploiting current roles of linguistics, literature, and language teaching towards the positive changes of life, thanks to the advance of technology, which enables borderless interaction among people from different cultures. And we are very proud to invite renowned keynote and plenary speakers whose expertise in such issues hopefully will recharge our paradigm accordingly. Further, for the tough work and cooperativeness among all the committee, we are also glad to welcome 67 presenters who will disseminate their newest research findings and on literature, linguistic, and language teaching. The presenters are national representatives, as they come from far cities from North Sumatra, West Sumatra, Bengkulu, Jakarta, West Java, Central Java, and also East Java. We cannot wait for their notable contribution to rejuvenate the roles of literature, linguistics, and language teaching in multicultural society. And we would like to also welcome them to Universitas Pamulang. We would like to also extend our warm welcome to 750 even more participants from around the nation for their engagement to this event. We hope that this event could also rejuvenate our metacognition to literature, linguistics, and language teaching. The last but not least, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Yayasan Sasmita Jaya, the Rector and Vice Rectors, the Dean of Faculty of Letters and Head of English Department of Universitas Pamulang. And assuredly, I very much appreciate all the organizing committee for their hard work and support, without which this seminar would not have been even possible. Thank you very much for your attention, and I give the screen back to the Madam Chair. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you for the Chair of Organizing Committee, Pak Sukma Septian Nasution. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, sambutan sekaligus membuka acara Seminar Nasional ke-10, opening and inaugurating speech from Rector of Universitas Pamulang. Please welcome Dr. Haji Dayat Hidayat, MM.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Suaranya bagaimana, Ibu?
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Jelas?
Jelas?
Waalaikumsalam. Jelas,
Jelas,
Pak Rektor,
Pak.
jelas.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi washabihi wa barik wa salim. Yang mulia dan dirahmati oleh Allah, seluruh peserta webinar Sastra Inggris di pagi ini, Pak, Bapak, Ibu Wakil Rektor, Dekan, Pak Kaprodi, panitia, dan rekan-rekan peserta semuanya, para dosen dan mahasiswa. Kita bersyukur pada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, di pagi ini kita bisa melaksanakan webinar dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Ini adalah nikmat yang luar biasa dan kita rasakan dan kita dapatkan suatu nikmat anugerah dari Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Kemudian selanjutnya saya sampaikan ucapan terima kasih kepada Prodi Sastra Inggris dan tentunya panitia yang telah memiliki inisiatif untuk melaksanakan webinar. Teman-teman semuanya, Sastra Inggris ini adalah merupakan salah satu program studi yang jadi unggulan di Universitas Pamulang karena tidak ada sekolah swasta atau perguruan tinggi swasta dengan jumlah mahasiswa sastra Inggrisnya saja seperti ini, itu tidak ada. Jumlah dosen, jumlah mahasiswa, semuanya luar biasa di Universitas Pamulang itu. Oleh karena itu, peluang untuk mencapai peringkat yang terbaik itu sangat terbuka. Dengan potensi dosen yang sangat berlimpah, jumlah mahasiswa yang sangat berlimpah, dan kesempatan juga sangat terbuka, ini menjadi peluang untuk menjadi program sastra Inggris unggulan, baik secara skala nasional maupun secara skala internasional. Jadi sangat-sangat terbuka sekali. Oleh karena itu, acara-acara yang bersifat agenda akademik seperti webinar seperti ini harus diperbanyak, harus terus, supaya apa? Kita tidak tertinggal oleh pengetahuan ilmu yang terbaru. Dengan kita mendatangkan para narasumber, maka kita akan semakin kaya semuanya. Rekan-rekan para peserta akan jadi kaya, para dosen juga akan jadi kaya dengan ilmu pengetahuan yang terbaru. Nah, ini yang pertama, jadi artinya, jadikan agenda ini secara berkelanjutan, mungkin dalam satu semester 3, 4, 5 kali nggak jadi masalah. Dan pesertanya itu bersifat terbuka. Nah, itu. Yang kedua, harapannya dari acara seminar webinar ini ada luaran dalam bentuk mungkin jurnal internasional terindeks, mungkin jurnal nasional terakreditasi, dan seterusnya. Harus selalu ada. Jadi setiap melaksanakan aktivitas yang bersifat agenda akademik, itu selalu direncanakan, dirancang untuk dapat luaran. Apakah luarnya dalam bentuk jurnal internasional, jurnal nasional, dan sebagainya. Oleh karena itu, kepada Pak Dekan dan Ibu Kaprodi, ini rekan-rekan dosen itu mohon nanti dikoordinir, ini kan untuk sama-sama partisipasi menerbitkan jurnal ilmiah ya dari hasil seminar, sekaligus membuat penelitian dan lain sebagainya. Harapannya juga terlahir apakah itu hak paten, hak cipta, dan lain sebagainya. Jadi sangat besar sekali peluangnya, sangat besar sekali. Nah, itu yang kedua. Yang ketiga, dalam kondisi COVID-19 ini justru sangat terbuka sekali kita berkomunikasi secara internasional. Jadi kalau kemarin punya pengalaman seminar internasional, bagaimana kita repotnya menyiapkan dari luar dan sebagainya, menghubunginya begitu, ada kesulitan. Sekarang itu justru malah makin terbuka, karena rekan-rekan kita juga, para cendekia dari luar, juga sama, untuk melakukan hal yang sama dengan cara webinar atau daring seperti ini. Jadi oleh karena itu, maka silakan dibuka agenda-agenda kegiatan yang bersifat internasional. Peserta tidak harus beribu-ribu. Dosen kita dari sastra Inggris saja sudah ketahuan. Katakanlah ada dosennya 80 atau 100, sudah cukup itu untuk seminar internasional. 20, 30 sudah cukup. Jadi tinggal bagaimana fokuskan nanti teman-teman dari Pak Dekan, Ibu Kaprodi, seminar internasional kali ini tentang linguistiknya, tentang sastranya, kajiannya, dan lain sebagainya. Nah, ini saya kira peluang-peluang yang sangat terbuka. Oleh karena itu, saya sangat mendorong, saya mensupport, dan ucapan terima kasih kepada teman-teman panitia, Pak Dekan dan Ibu Kaprodi untuk terus melaksanakan agenda akademik. Yang terakhir, harapannya adalah bahwa akreditasi yang kita lakukan beberapa waktu yang lalu nanti memperoleh hasil yang baik. Tetapi ke depan itu data-data akreditasi itu akan diangkat dari PDDikti. Artinya aktivitas-aktivitas program studi itu harus terus secara berkelanjutan, terprogram, terencana masuk di dalam PDDikti. Karena apa? Semua data-data itu nanti akan diangkat dari sana. Sehingga ketika kita, katakanlah sekarang dengan insya Allah mendapat predikat B, kemudian ingin melanjutkan ke A, sudah bisa diukur dari data-data yang ada di dalam PDDikti. Kita bisa melihat nanti pada saat ada pemeringkatan berdasarkan klaster, oh ini kita di klaster 3 dengan nilainya ini, akreditasinya ini, maka insya Allah akan menjadi data yang sangat mendukung untuk pelaksanaan akreditasi. Oleh karena itu maka kepada Pak Dekan, kepada Ibu Prodi, agenda-agenda yang semacam ini salah satu di antaranya misalnya ini dengan narasumber bisa diadakan MOU dengan lembaganya, kemudian implementasinya sebagai narasumber, sebagai dosen pakar dan sebagainya. Ini bisa ditindaklanjuti sebagai bentuk MOU, implementasi dari MOU. Bisa, sangat bisa. Jadi oleh karena itu bisa dikomunikasikan dengan pimpinan-pimpinan perguruan tinggi pada rekan-rekan kita yang menjadi narasumber. Demikian juga para pesertanya. Oh, ini peserta dari Universitas A, ada sekian orang, itu bisa dijadikan juga implementasi dalam rangka kaitannya peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia. Saya kira itu teman-teman semua, selamat mengikuti. Dan dengan mengucap Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, webinar Sastra Inggris di pagi ini secara resmi saya nyatakan dibuka. Selamat mengikuti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Rektor Dr. Haji Dayat Hidayat MM. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening and inaugurating speech by Rector symbolizes the 10th of National Online Seminar that is officially open. Before going on to the next session, we kindly request you to witness and to be a part of our moments in photo session. I'd like to invite you to open the camera for the photo session, and we kindly ask Pak Ibnu or other host for assisting this session. Silakan Bapak Ibu bisa membuka kameranya. Kita akan berfoto bersama. Dan silakan
Baik,
Pak Fajar
kasih,
untuk memandu. Ya, Pak Ibnu.
Bapak Ibu semuanya, mohon maaf saya ambil alih untuk acara sesi foto bersama. Silakan dibuka kameranya Bapak Ibu. Ya. Di sini ada 20 screen. Jadi setiap screen akan saya ambil satu-satu. Silakan dibuka. Baik, kita mulai. Screen pertama. Silakan menggait masing 1, 2, 3. Screen kedua. 1, 2, 3. Screen ketiga. 1, 2, 3. Oke, silakan gayanya bebas. Screen keempat 1, 2, 3. Kalian nggak tahu di screen mana kan? Pokoknya gaya aja. Siap. Screen kelima 1, 2, 3. Keenam 1, 2, 3. 7 1, 2, 3. 8 9 10 11 silakan 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20. Oke, Bu Eka, terima kasih. Silakan Bu Eka.
Terima kasih Pak Ibnu.
Sama-sama.
Baik. Nah, oke, pembicara pertama atau speaker is already here, Prof. Riyadi. Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, it is delightful to have the keynote speaker, Professor Riyadi Santosa, MED, PhD from Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. And he would like to share with us the current approach of systemic functional linguistic discourse and research. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Sukma Septian Nasution, SPD, MPD. But ladies and gentlemen, before I call Mr. Septian, let me read his short profile. Sukma Septian Nasution is a lecturer in English literature of Universitas Pamulang. And he holds Magister Pendidikan from Universitas 11 Maret in 2016. His major interests are critical discourse analysis, systemic functional linguistics, and their application in language teaching. He published some notable articles in national accredited journals and international reputable journals in linguistics and language teaching. Mr. Septian, are you ready? And I'd like to invite Prof. Riyadi also. Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Septian, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Eka. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be appointed as moderator and to cordially again welcome you all to the keynote session of the 10th National Seminar on Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching. My name is Sukma Septian Nasution. Well, all viewers, we are very fortunate to have our distinguished speaker among us, Professor Riyadi Santosa, MED, PhD, who is ready with his remarkable presentation. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Yeah, Prof. Before I please you to start the presentation, allow me to read your academic background in short, Prof. So, Prof. Riyadi Santosa, MED, PhD, is a professor in systemic functional linguistics. He was graduated from Sydney University for his diploma TOEFL and Master of Applied Linguistics, successively in 1992 and 1993. His Doctor of Philosophy was achieved from Department of Humanities, College of Arts and Science, University Utara, Malaysia. Some of his notable works are Metode Penelitian Kualitatif Kebahasaan, Semiotika Sosial, Pandangan Terhadap Bahasa, and Logika Wacana. All his books are very popular, and I already read all the books, Prof. So it's already popular for many scholars to conduct studies in linguistics and applied linguistics. So thank you very much for your valuable works, Prof. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's brace up our seat and have an attentive look at our speaker, to Prof. Riyadi. The screen is yours.
Okay, good morning. But before that, do you think that Pak Sukma Septian Nasution can also guide me to share the PPTs, or I will do myself?
Sure, Prof.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
This one.
So you will guide me, yeah? Okay, good. Thank you very much for that one. Yeah. Good morning, everybody, and especially the Honorable Rector of University of Pamulang, Bapak Dayat Hidayat, Good morning, sir. Thank you
Morning.
so much for your presence this morning. I will be very honored with your presence. Thank you very much. Okay. Good morning. I just rewrite my article or my PPT in relation to your theme, yeah, and I put it just in my title of my presentation this morning. That's because it's quite related to what I have presented to you this morning. So my title is rejuvenating the roles of literature, particularly for the linguistics one, yeah, and the language teaching in the multicultural societies. Okay, so please next, Mr. Sophia. Next. Uh, this theme actually rejuvenating of linguistic and language teaching in multicultural society leads me back to think about the concept of new literacy in 4.0 industrial revolution or a 5.0 social revolution. In my opinion, the concept of rejuvenating the roles of linguistics in multicultural society implies that literacy will not only measure, yeah, the abilities to read and write, yeah, just like what we have done so far to do the numeracy, but it will also provide the ability to analyze the passage and the concept inside and develop the ability to behave appropriately in the new socio-cultural environments. So right now we are supposed to have the new literacy that will include the higher order thinking, yeah, the high order in thinking, including the high understanding and critical thinking, as well as evaluating things. And then the last one, we have to create something as a response, yeah, as a response to the problems in society. So that's why we need to redefine the role of linguistics in our culture, not only just as a science, but we have to use it also in applied science, yeah, to solve the problem in our society. Okay, so would you next, please? Okay, and that's these future skills that we should have, yeah, that we should acquire in our language or literature or in teaching skills. And the first one is complex problem solving, social skill, yeah, the process skill, system skills, and cognitive abilities. What we have done so far in our teaching, yeah, situation is cognitive abilities, and then social skills, but we have less given the skills such as complex problem solving, the process skills, yeah, and the system skills. Yeah. So in our education system, we just only have a little skills such as complex problem solving, and then process skills and system skills. What I have given to you this morning is related to the complex problem solving, yeah, and then the process skills, a little bit there, and system skills. Okay, next please. Okay, so the new literacy in facing the fourth industrial revolution, yeah, in order to produce qualified graduates, curriculum needs a new orientation to the fourth industrial revolution. What are they? At least the three, yeah, three new literacy that we have to gain, yeah, in this era. The first one is data literacy. We will do a lot with the data literacy and how to present it in our research. And then the technological literacy, including coding, how to code, and artificial intelligence. We will not do this. And then the next one is human literacy, yeah, humanities, communication, and design. It is related to what we have done this morning, because our problems is related to humanities and communication. Okay, so basically we will put our interest, yeah, our problem in humanities, including literature, including linguistic particularly, and language teachings in data. How to make it into reasonable, how to make it manageable, to think and to conclude systematically. Okay, next please. Next please. Okay, so that's why I refer this again to the concept of linguistic, the latest concept of linguistic, genre, register, and language. That in fact there are three big layers of genre and register and language. The first one, the language, that contains of three different types of function, the meta function, and the language also contains of three different layers of system: phonology, lexicogrammar, and discourse semantic. And then above that we have the register, that contains of field, tenor, and mode. And the last one is the most the deepest layers of language is what we call the genre. And the genre is the little unit and the most little unit of culture. Okay, so we will do with this, the expression of language will be influenced, yeah, by register and genre. So as what we have done before, yeah, that linguistic has very qualitative and depth tools, yeah, that is efficient and effective to analyze text. So for example, in linguistic, in systemic functional linguistic, we will involve three meta function: ideational, interpersonal, and textual, and three levels of language: phonology, graphology, lexicogrammar, and discourse in our research. The linguistic analysis also wrapped in social context, register, and the genre, yeah, the context of culture, and even we can also wrap it in ideology. So if we use this, the result will be very detailed, yeah, holistic, and depth description of individual or social values. So we will have this as a description that very detailed, yeah, and holistic and deep, yeah, of our individual or our social values. Next, please. But probably, no, just before this. Before this, yes. No, before this. Sorry. Before the matrix. Before the matrix. Yes, that's right. As we can see, sorry, before the matrix, please. Yeah. No. Yes, that's right. Yeah, analysis of multi-text in matrix diagram. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, Pak Septian. Just before this. Okay. Number 8, please. Number 8. Number 8. Yes.
This one number 8, Prof.
No, number. Okay, yes, that's right. Okay. Unfortunately, in Indonesia, our research, if it's just only one or two type of research in text, is likely to be less funded, since the result is considered less transferable in wider context. So if you, for example, investigate on the one or two texts about reports, yeah, or text about discussion, yeah, or report about essay, yeah, probably will be less funded, yeah, by the government, yeah, because the result will be very individual, yeah, and it will does not last as transferable. Okay. So what we have to do, please, the sharing, please. We have problem with the PPT. Pak Septian, or I will do it myself.
Yeah, perhaps Pak Septian is having trouble with the IT, Prof.
Okay.
Kindly you yourself share the screen. Yeah, I think Pak Septian having trouble with the microphone and also the laptop.
Just made.
Yeah.
Can you see my PPT?
Not yet, Prof.
Okay, not yet.
Still loading, I think.
It's still loading there?
Yeah.
Can you see my?
Not yet, Prof.
Not yet. Okay, just let me.
Already, bro. Yeah,
Hmm?
already sent. Not yet.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Yes,
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 yeah?
already,
Prof.
bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So as I told you before that if we only have one text to be investigated, yeah, probably our proposal will be less funded, yeah, by the government, since the result of our research will not be transferable in wider context. So there is a need, yeah, to have a research involving a big number of texts with more focused patterns of verbal social processes in our society. And to do this type of research, we need to integrate. Yeah, we need to integrate the basic concept of linguistics in the multi-text analysis, yeah, by the use of metrics, because the use of metric will help us to have the result, yeah, transferable in wider context. This is very important one. So this is the example of matrix on a diagram. Basically, the definition of metric is a tool, and that allows a team to identify the presence and the strength of the relationships between two or more lists of items. It provides a compact way of representing many-to-many relationship, yeah, of varying strengths. Okay, so the use of matrix basically is very important one, because we will find, yeah, the relationship. We will find the types of relationship, and we will know the patterns and the patterns of behavior, what have been done the people in that social situation. I will show you how to do this. Yeah. Okay. So how to do the multi-text in matrix diagram? First, yeah, we begin with putting the aspects of ideology, genre, and register as context. As context, backgrounding the verbal social processes into domain axis. And the domain axis in the matrix is represented by the vertical axis, yeah, in the matrix. The next, we will locate the focus of research, yeah, maybe in the phonology, lexicographer, discourse semantic, and the others may be the sociolinguistics, and pragmatics, or and the ethno-linguistic can also be put there, into the horizontal axis, yeah, as taxonomic axis, and the horizontal axis as taxonomic axis. And then the next, combining the domain and the taxonomic analysis, yeah, into a componential analysis, yeah, to find out the patterns, yeah, or strong relationship of the verbal social processes and the focus research. And then the last one, put them back, yeah, to the nature of the context, yeah, the concept of the approach, to find out the cultural values of the verbal social processes. Yeah. And this is very important, and for the beginners it is not easy to do it, but later you will find that your research will not just an ordinary research, because you combine the context and the focus of on the topics of the research. Because usually in our research, we just focus on the topics on the research without connecting to the context. And so that's why our research is not as effective and efficient enough to see how the content the pattern of behavior of people of doing it in a social processes. This is very important one. So for example, we have this one. And this is as the context of the analysis of context, yeah, in a domain analysis. So for example, we have magazine. If we want to analyze part of the magazine, so we have to look at the type of the magazine, maybe based on the age segmented magazine, maybe with the topic segmented magazine, yeah, or probably with the other types of magazine. So this example, for example, is used for age segmented magazine. So there are children, teenage, and adult, and in each segment we will have 3 different types of columns. For example, we have news, features, and editorials. So we have to analyze the context in this way, because we will understand that the language used by the children and the language used by in the teenage magazine and the language used by adult magazine will be different. So we have to understand it. And we also understand that the language used in news and features and editorials are also different. So we will have a different children news, we will have a different children features, the children editorials, as compared to teenage news, teenage features, teenage editorials, and adult news, adult features, and adult editorials. This is a very important context. And so far in our research, we have not regarded this yet in our research, especially in the discussion in chapter 4. Okay. And then we can actually add more factors, yeah, add more factors in domain analysis. So for example, then we put them, okay, well, we put them, the analysis in metrics like this: children, teenage, adult, news, feature, news, views, yeah, news, feature, views, or editorials. Or we can put it another way like that. And then we can also add, yeah, with the next factor. So for example, we have, yeah, we have the stages of each genre. News, we have orientation, sequence of event, and reorientation. In features, we have general description, description of behavior, description of education, description of careers. And then views, we have a different type of stages. Why is that? Yeah, because we will find in news, for example, that the language in orientation will be different with or from the language of sequence of events. In features, for example, the language of general description will be different from the language of description of behavior and others. So in this way, we will find more detailed description of language rather than just general language. So for example, in children news, yeah, in children magazine, we have the new language of news, the language of features, and the language of views. In the children news, we'll have different types of use and orientation, the language of events, the language of reorientation, which will have different to each other because of the functions, yeah, because of the function of the stages. So if we do it like this, then we will have more detailed language, yeah, in children and teenage and adult magazine. We have more detailed characteristics, yeah, in more detail. So this is the analysis of the context and the domain. And then we go on with the analysis in taxonomy. Oh, this is still the same. If you want to have views, for example, we have issues, argument, argument for, conclusion. We have point, we have review, point, elaboration, summary, and recommendation. And each type of substage here will have different kind of language. Yeah. Okay. That's more detailed domain. Yeah, more detailed domain. After the stages, we substages the point, and we have more substages again. So in this way, we have more and more detailed description of characteristic of language. And I believe if you do this, for example, you have a research gap, you have novelty. Novelty means the things that have not been done by others. Yeah, the things that have not been done by others. Usually, what has been done is about, let's say, editorials, and then the stages stop there, but not the substages, let alone in the substages like this. Okay, so that's the domain analysis. The next thing is the taxonomic. The taxonomic is just the one that usually you have done before, and usually you stop your analysis in linguistics just like this. So for example, you have a conjunctive relation. That the conjunctive relation, the function is external and internal, and then the types of conjunctive relation is we have explicit and implicit. The explicit one, you have conjunction, you have continuative, you have metaphor, and then you, in the metaphor, you have logic of process, logic of circumstance, and logic of participant as participants. Yeah. That's what usually done. Or we have another topics. Sorry, we have to put them. We have to put the analysis in the horizontal metric. In horizontal metric, conjunction, if metaphor. We have the function external, internal, each, and then also in metaphor we have also type of logic as process, logic as circumstance, and logic as participants. We have the function there. So we have more detailed way of classifying conjunction. So of course, in this way, it will depend on your knowledge about conjunction. Yeah. And if you combine this, if you combine the domain and the taxonomies, and you will have the metric like this. Yeah, this is the type of the magazine. This is the macro genres, news, written text, and you have the integers. And then on the right one, you have the type of conjunction, conjunction, continuative, and metaphor. And this is the function. See, can do it. You will find that the use of conjunction in orientation of news will be different. The use of conjunction in the events, you will use the conjunction in the orientation. Again, you can also have different type of conjunction in editorial, particularly in issue, in arguments, an argument against, an argument for, and maybe in a conclusion. So you can see it. Yeah, there will be. You can see, for example, in an issue, what type of conjunction, or internal or external, what type of continuative, internal or external, what type of metaphor that is used, the process, logic as process, logic as circumstance, or logic as participants, what is the function, external or internal. You will find it differently. Yeah, you will find it differently. The use of conjunction, continuative, and metaphor in issue, in argument for, an argument against, and a conclusion. So by looking in the matrix, then you will have the more detailed description, and later you will find also the patterns of behavior. What I mean the patterns behavior is how children magazine use of conjunction, yeah, in different type of genres. Okay, and then I will give you the other examples. If we add sub stages and then sub stages, you will find the detailed issue. Yeah, what conjunction use in point, what conjunction used in review, yeah, what is conjunction used in point of arguments, what conjunctions are used in explaining and exemplifying, and then what conjunctions are used in summary and recommendation. So you will have more detail of description of use of conjunction, for example. So I believe by having more detailed evaluation or more detailed description of conjunction, you will have more explanation about that. And I believe that you will have more novelties, yeah, to do it. Again, because it's very important of novelties these days. Because if you want to write it in journals, whether it is nationally or internationally, you novelties. The novelties again is things that has not been investigated by others, and by looking at analyzing it in this way, you will have more detailed and more numbers, yeah, of novelties. This is another type, yeah, of this is about language styles. Language style is determined by the type of clause, theme, nominal group, and lexis. And this is as a taxonomic. See, as a taxonomic. And then we put it again. So if you want to look at the styles, then you will find, and it will have different kind of style. Yeah, the clause is used there, simplex or complex, in children, in orientation and event and reorientation. The nominal groups, how nominal groups are used in book news or in editorial, and how is the lexis, what kind of lexis, congruent or incongruence, are used in news and editorials. Yeah, so you will find it detailed, information by analyzing it in matrix. And again, as I told you before, that this matrix will give you an orientation how to think of this or how to interpret this. Yeah, it's very important. You have a very detailed information about that one. Okay, this is one of example again, the use of children's stories. Yeah, it's based on the orientation, complication, evaluation, and resolution. And the length of 10 children's stories in words, you will find it. And this is one of the example of analyzing children's stories based on appraisal system. So you will find, so for example, you have different distribution of attitude. Yeah, you will have distribution of affect, judgment, and appreciation in more detail. Yeah. You have more detail in again in affect and judgment and appreciation. Okay. In more detail about affect, type of judgment, type of appreciation. If you want to go more detailed in the context, you can to see how the development of the characters, the antagonist characters or the protagonist characters, and put it as a domain there. And you can see how the protagonists use the affect, the judgment, and appreciation, and how the antagonist will use affect, judgment, and appreciation. Yeah. Okay. That's in the SFL orientation, but it can also be used in the pragmatic. And this is the example in pragmatic. You have the context and the type of maxim in domains. For example, in the situation of the plus power and plus distance, type of quality, quantity, relation, manner, and then you will find each the strategies to plot maxim. Yeah, in the situation of plus power and plus distance, what kind of type of maxims are used and how they are how they use the strategies to plot maxim. Yeah, so for example, in the we have the metaphor, we have the rhetorical questions, we have the irony, and the quantity we have the tautology, the overstatement and understatement, and then relation you have the irrelevance, obscurity, and then in manner you have the ambiguity, prosaicity, and orderliness. So you will find different kinds and more detailed description in this situation, the type of maxim, and how you what strategies to plot maxims are used in this situation. And then is the context of power, plus power and minus distance, and then the minus power and plus distance, and so on. Yeah. So you can use again in pragmatic. And this is the example. The next one, you can use it also in, let's say, in language teaching. Want to see how about the acquisition of students in making the omission, addition, or misformation. Yeah, that's about the. So, for example, like this. In the situation, in the context, you have male and female, and you can categorize the male into excellence, average, and poor. We have female, excellent, average, and poor again. And then you have different types of mission. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kinds of mission. You have 1, 2, 3 types of addition, and you have 1, 2 types of misformation. And this is one of the work of my students. They collect about 100 and something data, 115 I think data, and this is the result. Yeah. And what can do by my student is this. For example, he can find the patterns. He can find the patterns of behavior that male students make more mistakes than female students from this matrix. Can you see it? Okay, then let's see number 2, that the mistake increase along the client's student performance from excellent, average to poor in both male and female students in SMP 4 Salatiga, for example. My student can also find the patterns number 3. The mistakes increases along the continuum of type of mistakes from misformation, addition, to omission in both male and female students of SMP Negeri 4 Salatiga. And the last one, the mistake increase along the continuum of types of mistake from regulation, alteration, simple addition, present participle, plural, past participle, and others. See? So you just can find patterns of behavior. Yeah, from the matrix you can find. So I will not suggest you to conclude it with percentage, no. Even though I found numbers there, yeah, but it doesn't mean that it should be interpreted as percentage. As I told you before, that the matrix will lead you to find the relationship. Yeah, to find the relationship, and this is the relationship. Male students have more mistakes than female students. Yeah, not in the form of percentage. This is not we want to look at. We will look at the the relations, and this is one of the relation. So if you can do this, I believe that there will be different result, yeah, in your investigation, and will characterize the whole, yeah, Indonesian research as a whole. You will not find just the percentage, whether it is dominant or not in the frequency of presence. But the most important one is that you find the patterns, how people behave in that situation. Yeah, this is the most important part in research, yeah, in linguistics, in our response to multicultural societies. So you will find the patterns, the behavior, how people behave in this situation. Okay, the next one. Okay, so that's it. Sorry. So that's it. The most important part. And then, of course, the last one, you have to, the last one, after you have got the patterns of behavior, you have to put them back, yeah, to put them back in the context to find the social values. What does it mean, yeah, or why? For example, in this one, male student make more. Why? Along the line of student performance from excellent, average to poor. Why like this? So you have to, in doing the explanation, you have to put them back, yeah, to put them back in the again. Is that clear? Okay, because we have a very limited time, so thank you very much for your attention. So I put you back to Pak Sukma Septian yeah, to lead the discussion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof, for your presentation. It is very fruitful that to us matrix is really significant. It's really significant in conducting a research in order we get novelties. Actually, some participants are our students, Prof, which means that they actually show their interest towards your presentations, but perhaps they find difficulties in if they are interested. Let's say that they propose their research like this, and then they would like to conduct this study. How to actually simplify the matrix in order it is acceptable for them to understand and to conduct the analysis, because the analysis is very detailed, Prof, for them. Could you please give some tips for our students, perhaps?
Yeah, for the S1 degree for the S1 degree in the scriptsy, usually the type of research that is used in for scriptsy is a replica. A replica is a type of research that use for supporting a theory, yeah, to prove that the theory is correct, yeah, in a different source, yeah, in a different situation. So just so for example, in the case of this, usually we know that male and female is different in teaching, yeah, and we can also find that male students and female students have the same classification in terms of performance. Let's say that we have also excellent male students, we have also excellent female students. We have the average male student, we have also the average male student, and we have poor, yeah, male students, and we have also poor female students. Yeah. I think this is everyone can understand this, yeah.
Yeah.
But the problem is that okay, this is the context, and yeah, that written down vertically in a domain analysis. And then the next one, again, we also analyze the topic. Okay, let's say the topic is about the language acquisition, about the morpheme. Yeah, language acquisition. Let's say we have, in the case of morphology, we have omission, we have addition, and we have misformation, things like this. And according to the theory, that the omission can be broken down again into, let's say we have plural, we have 3 persons singular, we have past tense, we have past participle, we have present participle, regularization, and single addition. And then in misformation, we have regularization and alternative form. Okay. So we combine between the context situation And then the topic we discuss, we research, we investigate. So that's why the vertical axis is the domain, the context. The horizontal axis is the topic that we investigated and its classification.
Mm.
And then we put them. So for example, that male, what does it mean here? That male students, excellent students, have problem in plural, 3%. We have problem in person singular, 4. Past tense, 4. Past participle, 1. So all of them that we have 21. We put them again in this way. The average student will have problem in third person singular, 5%, and so on. Yeah. And then the poor have problem with plural, 3, third person, 3, past tense, 3. So we will find more errors or mistakes that the excellent have 21. Yeah. That the male average will have 22, and the poor male have 23. So all the number is the amount is what? 66. Yeah. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then male students 10, 11, 31. All of them together are 52.
21. Yeah. 52.
Okay, so the male
so lower
has
than
66,
male.
and then female has 52. So that's why it appears male students make more mistakes than female students.
Mistakes.
Is that clear? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So for example, we have this one again. The mistake increase along the cline. Do you know the cline? The cline is the vertical line.
Fine.
And the vertical line, performance from excellent, average to poor in both male and female. So meaning is what? The excellent male has less mistakes compared to the average male, compared to the poor male. And the female do the same, has 10 mistakes. The average is 11 mistakes, and the poor has 31 mistakes. So both excellent, average, poor, male and female do the same. So that's why patterns number 2, the performance of the students can be constructed, can be made.
Yeah.
And that's the same in number 3 and number 4.
Yeah.
So of course, you need more time, more practice in investigating the patterns, the behavior patterns. But as is maybe not, you cannot do it in twice, but I believe you will be understand in 3 times or 4 times. I believe and that you will be able to do it in 5 or maybe in 6 times. And this is very important one. You cannot do it just at once. No, you need training in your conception in high order of things. That's why at the beginning that we have to train our high order thinking to resolve the problems in our society. And without this, we have a big problem to formulate the conclusion and to formulate the patterns of behavior of our society.
Yeah, Prof. So that is very clear, Prof. So this matrix really helps us as a novice researcher to analyze the students' behavior or to analyze children's behavior or any objects that can be used to analyze. Prof. So there is a question that comes from YouTube channel asking that So, Prof, how to determine the rubric? I mean, like, perhaps what she means is like plural, third person, singular, past tense, past participle, and so on, um, and other metrics. Is it do we have to construct the rubrics
Yeah.
themselves or any theories?
Okay. In constructing the domain analysis, yeah, we will depend on the theory, of course. Yeah, the theory. For example, in students of secondary school, then we can also directly divide, and that student can be divided into male and female, and then from the literature, we also find that performance of students, the students' performance can be graded into three: excellence, average, and poor. So meaning that it will depend on the theory. Maybe other theories can grade the performance of students into 4, maybe into 2 only, or maybe into many. But in taxonomy, and this is taxonomy, it depends of the theory. It depends of the theory that you use, the approach that you use. For example, in the previous one, we have more classification of conjunction because we use of systemic functional linguistics. But probably we will have less types of conjunction if we just use
Yes.
of structural approach, or maybe cognitive linguistic approach. Yeah. And this type of taxonomy depends on the theory. So, for example, in language of acquisition, we have 3 types of uh, errors, yeah, or mistakes, yeah, in omission, addition, and misinterpretation. And according to the theory, that omission we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different types. In addition, we have 3 types, and misinformation we have 2 types. So once again, it depends very much according to the approach of the theory that we base for. Is that clear? Hello?
Hello, Prof. Okay, Prof, clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me, but I think Pak Septian is having
Have a problem with the, okay.
with the connection. So Pak Septian will move to another computer, Pak.
Okay.
Yeah, Pak
Yeah.
Pak Septian, are you ready?
Yeah, Prof. I do apologize for this inconvenience. We are in the campus. We have
Okay.
some
Remember
technical
that
issues.
I have to finish
Yeah,
at 10
Pak
o'clock
Septian is
Yeah, sure,
moving
Prof.
to
because
another
I have
laptop.
to
Yeah,
do
thank
with the examination
Yes,
of
Prof.
ujian tertutup ya in
Yeah.
10 datang. Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, Prof. So we still open one more, perhaps, Prof. Yeah, one more question from participants directly. If you have question, you may raise your hands up and address it directly to Prof. Riyadi. We give you everyone one more chance to give question before we close the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. Yeah, Prof. Yeah, the master of ceremony reminds me, yeah, Prof, that the time is almost over. So,
Yeah.
as you also mentioned earlier that you need to also have another agenda. So we think that we may close this keynote session, Prof.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Prof. Riyadi, for your fruitful and insightful presentations in this session. Hopefully that it gives us more insights and triggered us to conduct such research, which is very interesting, actually using metrics in conducting research by using text as the data. So thank you very much, Prof. Riyadi, for your presence and presentations in our national seminar.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yeah, I give it back to Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Septian, and also
Thank
you, Mr. Septian, and also thank you very much, Professor Riyadi. Well, I hope that everyone here are very glad to have their knowledge from you, and then we hope that we can see you directly in offline next
yes, sure.
Seminar ya, Prof ya.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah. Okay, see you next time.
Once again, thank you very much. Yeah. Well, I'd like to continue to our next. Yeah, see you.
What happened with the audio?
Well, yeah. After this, we are going to Negeri Medan, and the second Miss Siti Saleha Gandana, SPD. Yeah, really sorry for the unstable connection. So let's continue. Yeah, I'm still waiting for Ibu Sari because yeah, we have having trouble with the connection. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Could you please, everyone, mute your microphone?
Any happen with the audio?
Can we continue? Ibu Sari, are you ready? Yeah, wait a minute because Bu Sari is having trouble with the connection, and then going to continue to parallel presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so I'd like to repeat the agenda. Our agenda is plenary presentation, and we would like to invite 3 plenary speakers for this session. The first is Miss Winda Setiasari from Universitas Negeri Medan, Miss Siti Saleha Gandana from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Bandung, and also Dr. Muhammad Ramdan Dasuki from Universitas Pamulang. This forum will be moderated by Miss Sari Fitria, SSMA. But before I call Miss Sari, let me read her short profile. Sari Fitria, SSMA, is a lecturer at English Department, Universitas Pamulang. She attained master degree at Literary Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. Her books were published in 2019 and also in 2020, entitled Diaspora, Identitas yang Terpecah, and Autentisitas Budaya dalam Karya Sastra Multikultural. Well, Miss Sari, are you ready?
Sampai rumah.
Are you ready, Miss Sari?
Yes, I'm ready. Can you?
Yeah, wait a minute. All right. Miss Sari, the microphone is yours.
Oh, well, thank you, Miss Eka, and sorry for the trouble. ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to the plenary session. Good morning, all. Welcome to the 10th National Seminar on Literature, Linguistics, and Language Teaching, organized by English Department, Universitas Pamulang. I'm Sari Fitria. It is my pleasure to be a moderator for this plenary session. We have 3 wonderful speakers actually in this session. Well, may I briefly introduce you to the first plenary speaker, Winda Setiasari, SS, M.Hum, PhD. Well, let me introduce Bu Winda to all of you. Bu Winda is a full-time lecturer at English Department, Universitas Negeri Medan. She attained doctoral degree in English Literature and Creative Writing at University of Salford, Greater Manchester in 2019. She researches various genres, which are poetry, creative writing, British literature, and post-colonial writers. Having joined the community of Muslim writer, Bu Winda encounters the literature of emerging British Asian writers. Wow. She has been one of the contributors listed in the COVID-19 about stimulating her students, teaching her first monograph on creative writing. That is a brief biography of Bu Winda. And today, Bu Winda is going to present a crunchy issue, which is British minorities as a literary author, the arts and the voices. The Honorable Bu Winda, the microphone is yours. Bu Winda, I will help you to present the slides.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Sari. Can you hear my voice, Sari? Bu Sari, can you hear my voice?
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear it clearly, Bu. Presentasinya sudah muncul belum, Bu Eka?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Yes.
No?
It's different.
Can you see it?
It's different piece of it's not my PowerPoint.
Okay, just a moment.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, Bismillah. In the very first place, allow me to express my gratitude for the opportunity given to me by the English Department, Universitas Pamulang. Would you appreciate this golden opportunity for far away from Medan? Yeah, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, dealing with the theme of the seminar, which is rejuvenating the role of literature in intercultural society. Today's topic will bring about the idea of decolonizing British literature, in relation with British minorities, those that can rejuvenate English literature studies in the UK. Yeah, Bu Sari, next slide, please. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I specifically will discuss how British minority writers today contribute to the inclusion of non-mainstream work in Western academia. Then how do this kind of neglected text, moreover, can develop readers' perspective and critical thinking to view the world in the intercultural society. And in these sections, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu juga, I will share works by Asian emerging British poet I deal with during my PhD in the UK. And then finally, I propose and share the ideas of implementing this decolonizing British literature from the post-colonial perspective, so especially in the curriculum of English literature studies in Indonesia. So, Bapak Ibu, the questions of how and why will apply throughout the discussion. Okay. Next slide, Ibu Sari. Yes. So I may start with what is so-called a definite concept of how the canon framed British writers for centuries. The term British literature means, a national and mainstreamed. So those writers, are one who produced, are those who produce works of or literary works associated with the United Kingdom, Isle of Man, and the Channel Islands. So these include literature from England, Northern Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. These, I bring my post-colonial perspective, everybody. So these can be understood as the English literature canon, and these have, of course, you know it very well, that had lasted for centuries, and it has become problematic when cultural and literary movement began in the UK since 1980. I would like to bring you back to the period of the 1980s to 20, Ibu Bapak. So what we call the attack to the canon, serangan terhadap apa yang namanya English literature. There are three forces, forces at the time, which is pointed at contestations of British literature. Ada mass literature written back by empire, sangat terkenal empire written back. You may know literary work written by Nigeria. They are among them. And the second force is a literature written and declared different from English tradition. So from the 1980s, writers from Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, the declared difference that they have, distinguished English traditions, in literary traditions. Okay. And finally, the forces were coming from the inside of the UK itself. So the literature of the North that makes sense of regional difference. So allow me to talk a bit about British literature and the history of the British minorities. So from ranking from Liverpool, Manchester, and Scotland. So there's a revival, the reformed, claiming that the British literature, that they have the distinguished tradition from the British literature. So this is three forces, which I call it as the attack to the canon, and it lasts for more than 2 centuries, Bapak Ibu. Then what is the result? What was the result of the canon, of the attack? So British literature has been narrowed, sudah kemudian jadi sempit gitu, and then there goes some revival movement and reform in terms of a cubical definitions, definition which were narrowed, the British literature. Bu Sari, next, please. So what can be inferred today as a British writer? And Southspurs in 2001, at the beginning of the 21st century, framed British to some concept as a result of literary reaction. So it is the process of cultural and social changes, and then British writers but not, yeah, was not divined as it was supposed to be, but then they developed it to some, concept. So, but the writers, they were not only born and settled in the UK. You know it very well. Jadi yang belajar post-colonial literature pasti diaspora communities. Yang menonjol itu di UK is the Black and British Asian literature. And British today is not, but perhaps they are not settled in UK, but perhaps born there. Or maybe they are a group of people have, emigrated and just prepared to publish their work to acknowledge some kind of relationship. So there's, a sifting of definitions, in relation with what we can say about who are British literature today. And Bapak Ibu, so rather than define as geographical concept, the British literature, and then refer to the frame of mind. Yeah, frame of mind, historical perspective.
Ralat dulu, Miss.
Yeah. Okay, and it is also attractive, catalyst to those who want to express the experience, imagining identity and of a past and a present of the multiple facet. Ya, begitu kira-kira pergeseran yang terjadi. Okay, Bu Sari, next. Yeah. Yes, ini dia. So what is going on after the 2 decades of the culture, literary energy, sparked in the United Kingdom? You may know, the Evaristo. Yeah, Bernardine Evaristo won the prestigious Booker Prize. So it made her the first Black woman to do so. Yeah, and she shared the prize with Margaret Atwood, the famous British writers. But I'm not talking about 2 of them share the trophy. But I would like to point out, what can be drawn from Evaristo winning the Booker Prize. So contemporary Black and Asian writing from the UK is a British writing. Yeah, so they are not exclusively word interest or global literature, since minority writing are part of British writers today. And it might be seen, Evaristo winning the Booker Prize might be seen as a new type of cultural movement and literary energy. And it means that the work of Evaristo, and other writers like Monica Ali can be placed on the same library shelf and the same places. I mean, the same reading list as worked, by white author. But the most important thing is these winning, a call for the immediate reform, for decolonizing curriculum and British literature in the UK. Nah, ini yang sebenarnya yang akan saya antarkan kepada Ibu Bapak. And next slide, Bu Sari. Okay, ini dia. So having spent my doctoral degree in the United Kingdom, and then I learned about the challenge, of British literature in Western academia. So what happened to British literature in the context of curriculum? Still today, So despite of Evaristo's winning the trophy, British culture at large, yeah, is diverse, but the syllabus are not. Yeah. So when the students read and study mainstream British, yeah, they find it little, they find it difficult to recognize cultures in the literary work, or to they find it that the word don't speak. Yeah, their interest and the historical context. Okay. Itu some challengesnya yang it has been lasting for more than 2 decades. Yeah. Next, Bu Sari, perhaps. Yeah. Ya ini dia. Ada. There have been some attempts, yeah, in decolonizing curriculum in Western academia, especially to bring the spirit of intercultural reform, right? Not only I'm speaking on the behalf of the those who favor post-colonial, but in the seminar I'm speaking for those who favors intercultural spirits. Yeah. So these minority writings are not read as the crafter of words. They only served as spokespeople for the communities, for the culture. Yeah, and then there's a tendency, to turn these writers, and their book into the object of anthropological curiosity. And this is really serious conditions there. And so rather than inviting, serious research, serious literary study on them, yeah, these literature, these minorities writing, yeah, is only, they thought that they are only part of the world interest or global literature. Jadi saya suka bicara tentang male, pale, and stale. Okay. So the concept of the post-colonial viewpoint. Kenapa harus male, pale, and stale? Ya, kenapa literature? British literature is dominated by male writers, by pale, white, and stale. Dan itu udah basi gitu ya. So why don't we move on to the other part, yeah, of the society which actually represent the British literature itself, okay, and then they are not exclusively. So I'm trying to say they're not exclusively in word interest. They are part of British writers today, but paradoxically, Western curriculum treat them, yeah, as as exotic creatures, as the representative of their anthropological study of the ethnic, yeah. And this is a really ironic, yeah. And then what then might be seen as a new type of cultural movement and literary energy, everybody, yeah. And Bu Sari mungkin berikutnya mungkin ya.
Amin, Ibu.
Next, yeah. Bu Sari, ya. Jadi Ibu Bapak, so what decolonizing means ya? Sebelum kita touch the decolonizing British literature in the context of Indonesian English literature studies, I would like to clarify to you what decolonizing means. Yeah. So, decolonizing curriculum asks us to look at, our shared assumption about how the world is, how the world worked, and what was worth studying in it and how it should be studied. Itu mungkin sebenarnya yang paling penting. Jadi orang decolonizing, kita decolonizing juga, tapi kita tidak tahu konsepnya kan? Ya. Okay. Yang kemudian mungkin decolonizing ask the crucial question about the relationship between the locations and identity of the writer, what they write and how they write about it. Jadi untuk kaprodi, untuk Bapak Ibu Ketua Jurusan, time to think of the decolonizing English literature. So we find it acceptable, if the writings and the teaching on the situation of women and gender relation were done. Jadi nyambung nggak Bapak Ibu kalau and then kita memberi karya-karya male, pale and stale itu ketika kita ingin mengajarkan a gender relation to our students. And then the colonizing curriculum, will ask us to think about the implications of a more diverse student body in terms of pedagogy and achievement. Dan ini sangat bekerja di dalam konteks Indonesia yang very diversities, right? And for British, for the context of Britain, educators by decolonizing these curriculum, educators then opened and equal opportunities to flourish. For British minorities, literary work to flourish and to succeed. Jadi tidak cuma hanya pada karya sastranya, tapi pada konteks mahasiswanya yang sekarang sudah beragam. Oke, itu dia mungkin. And then next, Bu Sari. So I'm proposing, a new paradigm of politics of inclusions in British and English literature studies, in Indonesia. So the reading of British minority will stimulate critical thinking on issues of intercultural society. So I propose an approach to include literature from the four corners of the world. Selama ini saya yakin Bapak Ibu sudah menyentuh karya-karya minoritas. But the four corners of the world. Tapi banyak itu karya-karya dari negara Eropa lainnya, mungkin sastra Asia lainnya, tapi masih dalam konteks British and American minority writing, right? And then I propose that four corners of literature from the corner of the world, can erase the hierarchical order, and these kinds of literary works deserve to be included in the curriculum, and it will, produce a new framed, that not only give legitimacy to neglected and marginalized texts. Ini usaha Bapak Ibu sebagai pembuat kebijakan, give legitimacy to the neglected and marginalized text, and then it will accommodate both Western and non-Western literature. So of course, and then this revival is really closely connected to the idea of globalization and its impact on cultural and identity. So, Ibu Bapak, by these having perspective, we can provide students with the cultural exchange in a global world. So what it means by decolonizing, but how we are going to do it in a classroom setting. This is the most important, another important question to ask. Yeah, Ibu Sari. Next, please. Yes. So I recommend the inclusions of literary works that are regarded as responses to British American colonial and canonical. Yeah. So, but we create a dialogue between text. We generate a dialogue between cultures and promote understanding of individual literary works in their particular cultural and historical context. We offer students to explore intertextual observations on two different kinds of literary works. Jadi yang saya maksudkan adalah decolonizing British literature doesn't mean that we eradicate, we eliminate the representations of white, pale, and stale written by these British, Anglo American or Anglo British words, Yang perlu kita lakukan adalah we generate a dialogue between cultures. Ya. Nah, dalam slide saya ini, I'm trying to, to positions, how you can apply this to your classroom setting. Kita suruh anak-anak kita membaca Chinua Achebe, Things Falls Apart, dan mungkin beberapa karya seperti karya Taib Shalis, Season of Migration to the North. Dan kemudian karya dua ini, we put the two novels into conversation with Joseph Conrad, Heart of Darkness. Itu namanya we open up dialogue. Yeah, we conducted a syncretic, what we call it as the syncretic dialogism, right? And seperti yang lain juga, so these two novels, so we put them side by side, and we create intriguing a question to students, and it will, I believe it will then trigger very spiritful classroom atmosphere. Okay, and I also recommend the voices of minorities which are emerging. Rejuvenating means you study the emerging works of minorities. And which indeed the voices of minorities, represent not only Britain today, but the global and global context. So this is the text that speak to our students' context. Itu kira-kira. And for the final slide, I would like to introduce you to an emerging Asian British poet who shaped my creative and teaching practice. Bu Sari, next please. Yes, next.
Just wait a moment.
Yeah, itu dia. Okay, I've been told. Ini sama seperti yang tadi. Just next please. How many more minutes I got? Okay.
Still have 20 more minutes.
Oh, okay. I don't have to be hurry, right? This I encountered this poem. While digging the possibilities for British minorities, to be my to be the subject of my doctorate degree, and I met this Hong Kong British Hong Kong poet. But I'm not calling them. I'm not calling her yet British British Hong Kong poet, but I'm calling her Hong Kong, emerging Hong Kong poet. So this is a poetry by Jennifer Wong. So she was raised at Hong Kong, but educated at Oxford in English literature. Sama Citadas is the collections of Wong personal stories. So, but this poem is taken from the collection, from her first collection. And her poetry was actually drawn from the intimate moment of her conflicting aspect of gaining and losing memory. So her reflections, for becoming, an intercultural speakers, but as a result of her global movement. And Jennifer Wong, according to my opinion, is one of the interesting poet, women poet, who can speak about the intercultural, living in intercultural societies and the concepts of interculturalism, so local to global, and because of her global movement, moving, back and forth to Hong Kong and British, there to England. Okay, so let me read her poem.
We are grateful,
Yeah.
Win.
Yeah. So I've come to look forward to the variation of chicken a la king or sweet and sour pork on the menu of the battery, the way we played a modified versions of mahjong with Singaporean, Chinese, and British trends in a college room plastered all over with the faces of Leonardo DiCaprio and overseas. After all, they are there to be symbolic. The inventions of a Chinese hot pot experience, making do with Chinese cabbage broke from Mark and Spencer, economy shiitake mushroom from Sainsbury, boiling an assortment of frozen meats in an old-fashioned national rice cooker. Yeah? So this is a reinvention from Jennifer Wong. Ibu Bapa, I would like to point at the notions of mediation between culture. Yeah. So this is depicted, from the lines in Jennifer Wong's poem. So the speaker in the poem smoothly straddled her Chinese cultures and Western culture, creating a third culture. Yeah, so other wood variation, modified versions, they pronounced the ability of a person intersecting between Chinese, and British meals. Yeah. So they enjoy the multi-ethnic acquaintance while playing the modified versions of the traditional Chinese card game. Yeah, di situ disebut ya mahjong. Yeah, but in a modern Western physical setting, a college room plastered all over with the faces of Leonardo DiCaprio and Oasis. So it brings the idea of rejuvenating once you offer this kind of literary work to your students, Ibu Bapa. Yeah, you can, strengthen and stimulate the critical thinkings and how, intercultural speaker can mediate between cultures. Yeah, and coming back to the way of eating as a cultural, performance, intercultural performance by the speaker here. Yeah, the image, she described the image of China hot pot, which doesn't only represent the willingness to share and eat from the same pot, but metaphorically, the hot pot symbolized the warm feeling of people surrounding the pot. Yeah, so warm feeling of Chinese with the, you know, with the strict, with the strict cultures, and then with the, you know, budaya Inggris yang sangat hening, diam dan kaku gitu ya. So this speaker from the invention, yeah, seem to resonate with the mixture of culture. Yeah, UK hot pot can imply a dish containing varied and mixed ingredient in one bowl together with the Chinese tradition. Okay, itu satu contoh. Berikutnya mungkin next final slide, Bu Sari.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, another women poet, Sujata Bhatt. Yeah, I guess some of you have already known her. So she was born in an Indian tradition, but grew up in a German, British, American, you know, traditions. Yeah. Her poem entitled what was the poem? I forgot. Tongue, yeah, homage to my tongue, yeah. So in this poem, the speaker has kita baca lagi ya. So you
Sure.
asked me what I mean by saying I have lost my tongue. I ask you, what would you do if you had two tongues in your mouth and lost the first one, the mother tongue, and could not really know the other, the foreign tongue? I thought I speak it, but overnight while I dreamed. Yeah, so a speakers here convey a condition that she has lost her tongue, and ask us to imagine having two tongues in our mouth. And Sujata Bhatt, yeah, as a diaspora of writers, demonstrate her, you know, ability, both an inability to fully communicate or express herself properly through the speaker in her poem. Yeah, so I want to emphasize that these poems, both in personal and impersonal manners, shape identity and otherness in multiple layers of identity. And it actually speaks to our conditions, yeah, as an intercultural person, spokesperson, ya, as a lecturer. Bagaimana ibu bapak kemudian mempromokan karya-karya sastra seperti ini to rejuvenate our English literature, our English literature studies, and of course to destabilize English as the yang selama ini menjadi monocultural, ya. Okay, itu dia. I arrived in my conclusion, Bu Sari, please. Yeah. So to sum up my conclusion is a decolonization in this context is not the eradication. Yeah. We were not going to, you know, eradicate. We're not going to eliminate the entire Canaan, but rather it is re-evaluations of the accepted canonization. They, how we include the literature from other part of the world, and how we, you know, apply some literary text, especially British minority text, yeah, to promote students' intellectual, moral, and spiritual development in relation with the intercultural society. Okay, because I believe that this kind of literature speak to us as an Indonesian, as someone who will participate in the intercultural society. Okay, finally, this is my final slide. Sari? Yes. Let me end my presentation, Bapak Ibu, by saying that British literature is richly tangled with other histories and culture. So why is it sold as largely white and English? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Winda. It's so great to see you again reading a poem. Dari bisik-bisik tetangga itu mendengar waktu di UK itu Bu Winda tuh baca puisi loh, Pak. Wah, and then we're so lucky that you are reading, you read it in front of us. Thank you, Bu Winda.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity given to me.
And actually, there are a lot of participants want to raise question. However, we still have 2 more plenary speakers.
Yeah.
So please hold on, just wait a moment until we
Or
come
maybe
to
you can
question.
send the question to email and I will respond immediately.
Yes. And after the third speaker delivered his material, we are going to come to the question session, Bu Winda.
Okay. Yeah, I will be waiting.
Okay, thank you, Bu Winda. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the second plenary speaker. Allow me to introduce her to you all. Our second plenary speaker is Ibu Isti Siti Saleha Gandana, SPD, MED, PhD. Let me introduce Bu Isti is a lecturer at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Bandung and attained doctoral degree at Monash University, Clayton Campus, Australia. Clayton yang di Australia, teman-teman, bukan Clayton yang di Jogja. Her doctoral dissertation was ELT, Interculturality and Teacher Identity, and Inquiry into Indonesian University Teachers, Beliefs, and Practices. Her articles were published in numerous journals and proceedings. Some of them are in Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics, also in Englishana, Journal of English Language Pedagogy, and also in Konaplin Conference Proceedings. She also wrote books. Bu Isti is linguistic and Jurnal Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra. Well, in this occasion, Bu Isti is going to present a sexy issue, which is intercultural language teachings, issues, and challenges. The Honorable Bu Isti, the microphone is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, well, I don't know if what I'm going to talk about is a sexy issue, but it's definitely something that I'm very passionate about, that I took it up for my dissertation. So yes, first of all, thanks for having me here. It's such an honor to share what I know with you all. Now, can I share screen myself? Should I call you Sari atau Ibu Sari ya?
Yes.
Oke ya, coba saya coba share screen.
Bu Isti can share it because you are co-host.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, can you see this already?
Yes.
Sudah terlihat belum ya?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, good. Thanks. Okay, thank you. So, right. So this is the topic that I have been asked to share with you.
Not yet, Bu.
Belum ada?
Ya.
Sudah kelihatan?
Yes, we can. Yes, bisa.
Yeah,
Bisa, Ibu.
okay, yeah. So, intercultural language teaching, issues and challenges. So just now, Ibu Winda has actually touched upon some of the intercultural issues and dimensions in relation to language and cultural learning. So in this occasion, I would like to speak further and elaborate more about the intercultural dimension in regard to language and language teaching and learning. Okay, so before delving into the challenges and issues pertinent to intercultural language teaching and learning, I would like to start my presentation with this quote from Bennett and Allen. So the person who learns a language without learning a culture risks become a fluent fool. Okay, now I'm sure most of you will agree with this excerpt, yeah, that yes, it is possible to learn a language per se, just for the sake of knowing the language, but you are risking something there, that you may be claimed as a fluent fool. You may be fluent in the language, but you don't know how to put yourself in the particular context appropriately. Yeah, so you're risking of becoming a fluent fool. Now, this is why it's very important to also learn the cultural dimension when you are learning the language, because as you probably already know, being language students and academicians, that language and culture are really closely intertwined. Yeah, it's like two sides of a coin. All right, so there's the importance of learning culture while also learning the language. Now, especially in today's era, where, you know, with advancement of technology, the blurring of the national boundaries, and, you know, simply to say, we are living in a globalized world. Now, the demand of knowing how to relate to otherness, to other culture, other groups of people, other communities becomes especially crucial. Yeah. And as you know, and probably maybe you have experienced it yourself, when you only speak the language, but you don't know the culture, misunderstandings can happen. And this can create significant problems for communication. Social relationship may break down because you don't know how to relate to that other person you're speaking to. And so it is our job as language teachers, okay, to, you know, to focus and highlight that cultural dimension in the classroom. So the language classroom becomes a crucial site for intercultural learning. Now, let me briefly talk about the theory. Now, actually, the teaching of culture in the language classroom has undergone various phases, yeah. But Liddycote, he is an Australian interculturalist, I should say. He classifies the approach into two broad paradigms. That is the cultural paradigm and then the intercultural paradigm, yeah. And so he says that the cultural and the intercultural paradigm is not to be seen as black and white or mutually exclusive, but it should be seen as running along a continuum. On the one end, it's the cultural paradigm, and on the other end, it's the intercultural paradigm. Now, the cultural paradigm, simply put, is views culture as an external body of knowledge in which a learner acquires as a recalled body of information. So, for example, in the classroom, you are taught about the geography of, Great Britain, its history, the institutions, how the, for example, academic setting there is, So you learn culture in a tourist-like way, you know their traditions, traditional food, but you don't really get the opportunity to be engaged with the values, the exploration. And so in the cultural paradigm, culture is seen as something static and monolithic. Yeah. So probably you see the British people as, white people, and, as Ibu Winda said, it's dominated by the mainstream because the mainstream is the white. Yeah. So you don't regard the minorities. So it's being seen as something static and monolithic. Okay, there's not much variation. So in this cultural paradigm, cultural competence is measured in terms of knowledge about the target language culture. So in the test, you're asked about, the geography, just simply factual stuff, okay? And the more you know about those factual stuff, the more cultural knowledge, the more cultural competence you're considered to have, okay? And then on the other side of the paradigm, you have the intercultural paradigm, the intercultural dimension. Here, the emphasis is actually on the connection between the learner's own culture and the target culture. And so in the classroom, the learners will be engaged with issues and explore, okay, borders between self and other, in which it's not taken as something, the values, beliefs is not, taken as something for granted, but something to be problematized, okay? And then you might come to other perspectives and other conclusions. And so the aim of this paradigm, the intercultural paradigm, is to instill intercultural sensitivity, to appreciate diversity, instill intercultural sensitivity, and ultimately promote critical foreign language pedagogy, okay? And so it is seen to be a vehicle to develop an intercultural identity. Now, what does it mean to have an intercultural identity? This is something that you automatically acquire, an intercultural identity, I should say, is not something that is automatically acquired when you learn language. It's not so. This is something that you need to make an effort, okay, to make, because, so because you need to have certain attitude in order to become intercultural, okay? You need to be open, you need to have curiosity to know about otherness, okay? And ready to suspend disbelief about, other cultures and about your own beliefs, okay? You ask, why do I do this? What's the philosophy? What's the values behind it, for example, yeah? And so actually, the cultural paradigm, based on my experience teaching, interculturality for so many years, is actually, it can open up pathway to intercultural paradigm. It can open up a pathway to having an intercultural identity. Yeah. Okay. So according to Byram, okay, there are 5 key elements that makes up an intercultural communicative competence. That is attitude, knowledge about your own culture and the other target, the target culture's ways of being and doing, yeah. And then skills of interpreting and relating, knowing how to relate to particular issues in that particular context, yeah. Skills of discovery and interaction, and critical cultural awareness. So being critical about one's own practices and other people's practices is very important, as I will show you later on. Okay, so what does it mean when you have an intercultural identity? Now, you may go through these phases. Kalau tadi Bu Winda bilang ada yang namanya third culture, I here quote Homi Bhabha, in which he says, when you are learning about cultures of other people, you may occupy the third space. That is a space in which, a state of being that enables you to transcend your own geographically mediated worldview. So you begin to understand why other people are doing things the way they do and not the way you do, okay? So there are ways of doing things, and there is no one right way of doing things. For example, there is no one right way of eating. You can eat with spoon and fork, you can eat with knife and, fork, you can eat by your hands, okay? Right, so different ways of doing things. Now, unfortunately, this third space is also very often marked by ambivalence. That is a state of in-betweenness, okay, in which it is marked by contradiction, translation, negotiation, and resistance, okay, making it an ambivalent thing, yeah, but also a productive side at the same time. So I don't know. I'm sure you all have been in this phase at some point in your learning English, yeah, whether you realize it or not. Okay, and unfortunately, okay, there are students who got stuck in this phase that you don't know how to position yourself. You don't know what is right. You don't know how to, you don't know your stance. Ini yang bahaya ya. Ambivalent is okay because it can be productive, yeah. It can create new meanings. But if you stay there for too long, you can be trapped in an identity crisis. Okay, yeah, I'll take cases from my own study. Okay, and so by the end of that phase, occupying the third space, it is expected, it is hoped that we can gain doublings of consciousness in which new meanings and understandings are created. So you open up your horizons. You know about the world much better than before after you learn, particular language and culture. This is what is expected, okay, doublings of consciousness. You understand why people are doing things differently, okay, and you appreciate these differences. That is the expectation. Okay, and so here, because I'm speaking in the context of teaching, and so teachers definitely have very big role to play. They have to help learners appreciate cultural differences because sometimes, well, it's not easy to understand, other ways of being and doing things. And so tadi juga Ibu Winda sudah menyentuh ini ya. So they need to open up a dialogic space in which students, learners can explore themselves but also other people ways of doing things. Okay, and so sometimes teachers have been seen as cultural transmitter or cultural mediator in the classroom. Okay. Now, kalau tadi Ibu Winda puisi-puisinya itu sangat very sophisticated, okay. Now I would like to show you this very simple poem. Ya, mungkin anak SD juga paham ya. Okay, but I would like to point out here how language is very closely intertwined with culture. Ya, saya baca ya seperti Ibu Winda. So I like.
Yes, it's my pleasure.
I like sunshine. I like snow. I like brown leaves when they blow. I like cookies. I like cake. I like waffles when I wake. I like collies. I like cats. I like clowns in funny hats. I like baseball. I like trains. I like sleeping when it rains. I like stories at bedtime. I like poems when they rhyme. Ini sangat-sangat sederhana ya. This is a very, very simple, straightforward piece of work, piece of text, yeah. And probably you can learn the grammatical structure, ya, tentang I like, titik-titik, I don't like, she likes, she doesn't like, ya, struktur seperti itu. Okay, but what's more, because I'm looking at from an intercultural perspective, now, how can you explore the self and other from this poem? Pertama, you can ask your students, for example, the culture-laden words. Yeah. Cake, waffles. I like waffles when I wake. Do we eat waffles when we wake up? We don't. Jadi konteksnya kira-kira di mana? So you can ask, what I mean by exploration between self and other is questioning the text. Question, yeah. We don't just learn about the words, the vocabularies, but you see, in a particular text, there must be some cultural aspects that's embedded within it. Yeah, because a text is constructed from a particular context. Yeah, so from a particular culture. So that person must have a cultural background. Yeah, so you can begin to ask, for example, apart from the linguistic dimension. Yeah, so for example, where do you think is the writer from? Okay, so you can okay. I like waffles when I wake. Okay, so definitely we don't eat waffles. Okay, so probably someone, I don't know, maybe from Britain. Okay, someone outside Indonesia. Okay, and then you can ask them to you ask further. For example, what about you? When you wake up, when you eat, what do you have for breakfast? Oke, mungkin ada yang jawabnya nasi goreng, nasi uduk, bubur ayamnya bisa diaduk atau tanpa diaduk ya, terserah mau yang mana, versi mana. Oke, lontong apa, so many varieties. Now you can explore. Students, this is a very simple ways of exploring self and other. So your students may come up with a variety of answers and responses. Okay, now then you pose this, to get to that critical stage, critical cultural awareness. You ask further, do you think it's cooler to have breakfast with waffles, have waffles as breakfast, rather than serabi atau nasi uduk? Now you get into that critical point. You raise issues of, cultural issues ya di sini. Jawabannya apa? Is it cooler? Do you think it's more sophisticated? Do you think it's more modern? Now, this is where the role of the teacher is very crucial, because you need to guide. Dan akan ada orang-orang, mungkin akan ada siswa-siswa yang menjawab, yes, I think it's more modern. Makan apa serabi buat breakfast, that's so yesterday. That's like what my grandma eats, So now you can't just keep silence if students respond this way. Okay, so you need to guide. Now, and I was taken aback at one time when I asked my students about their perception, dan ini mahasiswa tingkat akhir ya yang saya tanya itu, ketika saya menanyakan pada seorang mahasiswa tingkat akhir about their perceptions of the West, and then she got me very surprised because she answered, I think whatever comes from the West is the best. Now, that's only one person, but I don't know. I haven't done, research. How many of our students think this way? That whatever comes from the West is the best. Yes, seperti itu. And so I think you need to problematize when there are students who say that I think it's cooler to eat sandwich to eat sandwich than eat lontong, misalkan ya. So I think it's cooler to eat at KFC than mauneh ya kalau di tempat saya gitu. Misalkan ya atau whoever is mauneh, I don't know gitu ya. Nah itu that's problematic, and you need to problematize these issues, and this is so real. These issues are real to do with their everyday life and perspectives. Okay, now I hope you begin to understand that language learning is not neutral. Now, unfortunately, when students learn English, sometimes you are not given the knowledge about the cultural politics of English. Yeah, you just learn the language and then that's it. You learn the grammar and then that's it. But we often forget the cultural baggage attached to it. Yeah. Now, so the learning of English have been seen by some, especially post-colonial academicians, as being intertwined with a center Western ideology of superiority. Yeah, and I've seen this myself based on my classroom observation of one of my participants. Yeah, so at one time I observed one of my participants, and then she was explaining about the academic context of the US, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And then she was explaining the differences, the differences in terms of academic values, and their practices. And then she said, you see, the people there, they are on time. Usually, these people are on time. Not like us. We are very often unpunctual, that's why there's this term called jam karet. But the way, the gestures, the way she says it, it's promoting the idea that, you see, the West has better values than our values. We are jam karet people. We are so flexible. That's why, even the watch can be stretched in such a way, ya. Jadi jam karet. Seperti itu. But these people are punctual, straightforward, to the point. For us, when we open a seminar, misalkan, the prologue says, I don't know, this is 30 minutes. Yeah, seperti itu. So the way she said it, okay, she is comparing culture A and culture B, our culture and the target culture, but there is also this intonation and the cultural, her body language that delivers, conveys the idea that their culture is better than our culture, and that is problematic. Yeah, and I have seen these biases and stereotypes being perpetuated by teachers in their classrooms. This is based on my observation for my dissertation. Yeah, and that's an issue, I think, a very critical issue. Okay, so teachers, I think, needs to be equipped with the cultural baggage attached to the language, the learning of English. Yeah, and yeah, so sometimes teachers themselves get trapped into the perpetuation of stereotypes rather than actually breaking them, breaking them down. Okay, itu masalah yang jadi masalah, ya. Okay. And in relation to this issue, one scholar, so he is an Indian living in the States and also teaching at American University. He wrote a journal article in TESOL journal, and he highlights the importance of paying attention to in intercultural communication. Why is it important? Because it is this inter that actually generates dialogue. Seperti tadi Bu Winda bilang, ya. In intercultural communication, you need to generate dialogue. It's not just about understanding their ways of doing things, their ways of being, but they need to understand us as well. Now, can we find this in the books, in the published books that we read? Unfortunately, most of the published books that we use, the materials that we use, comes from the West. Okay, so their views of culture is very limited. They present very limited view on cultures, and when they talk about cultural dimension, it's usually from the perspective of the mainstream, the majority. Okay, so the white people. Okay. So, for example, there was this one book that I came across in my university studies. Okay, the title is called Cross-Cultural Understanding. But if you look at the table of contents, it does not really actually promote cross-cultural understanding. It's just telling you, the readers, this is our ways of doing things. This is our values. This is our beliefs. Okay, so there is no dialogue. There is no engagement. Two ways. Yeah, there is no two-way communication, and this is, I think, another problem that we teachers need to attend to. Okay, when we teach the intercultural dimension in the classroom. So, for example, in the even the books that I use for my teaching, well, they're most notably from the Western publication. But what can you do? Okay, memang sulit ya mencari buku-buku yang ditulis oleh kaum minoritas ya, tidak tersebar banyak. Okay, so in that sense, again, the teacher needs to be able to translate or to offer possible perspectives, other perspectives, okay, that's not stated in the text. Yeah, so our job is to make our students aware of those other possible perspectives not voiced by the majority. So for example, in the books that's published, yeah, I have come across so many times when I was doing my dissertation, stereotypes of Asian students, that Asian students tend not to be critical, they're passive, they're silent, they, sometimes they get into this trouble of plagiarizing, okay? So, and I think that's very problematic. Do you think that being silent always means that you are not critical? Okay, so being critical is not always, when you are critical, yeah, this is based on my observation of my students, yeah. Sometimes I have noted students who are very, very critical, but they are quiet in the classroom. But then when I read their writing, I was so surprised, that she is actually, while she was silent in my classroom, she was actually, having this critical thoughts in her mind, which I can only see from her writing. Yeah, jadi, so we need to break down those stereotypes circulated in the mainstream publication, for example, ya. Dan berapa banyak dari mahasiswa misalkan itu tahu about the Amish community in the United States. That when you think of US, probably you think of Hollywood, you think of the glamorous people, celebrities, But do they know that they have also communities, minorities like suku Baduy, yeah, the Amish. So very, very traditional. How many of the students know this? Yeah. So there are also similarities between us, among us. Okay. Okay. Now, long time ago, I came across into this text. Yeah. I don't know if you have read it. It's called Peculiar Questions, written by Aida. I read it in the Jakarta Post way back then in 2002. But I think it's really interesting, the perspectives that she delivered in her text. Yeah, she is an Indonesian, but she married a Westerner. And then, he becomes an expat. Okay. Now it's interesting how these terms. When you talk about an expatriate, you have a certain image. Beda dengan imigran, misalkan ya. Padahal sebetulnya mirip-mirip ya. I mean, the denotation immigrants and expatriates, but expatriates is a higher class. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. Okay, and in that article, she mentions that she is fed up with the Indonesian culture, especially in relation to the practice of basa-basi. She said Indonesians are the masters of basa-basi and peculiar questions. Ya, mereka suka menanyakan hal-hal yang aneh gitu ya. Sudah makan belum? Mau kemana? Sudah mandi belum? Kok sekarang gemukan ya? Seperti itu. That's what she was saying in her article, and she got really fed up. And then she condemned this practice of basa-basi, okay, in her article. Now, we as Indonesians, she positioned, I don't know, she is an Indonesian, her looks is Indonesian, but the way she positioned herself, it's more like a Westerner. This is what I call by third space, that you are in an in-between space. You don't belong here, but you don't belong there also, or, that's a third space, yeah? Okay, and so how can we explore, or how can we generate dialogue from this text? So, you can ask students about, do you think basa-basi is all bad? It's always improper, illogical, and rude, gitu ya. Dan saya pikir, I'm glad that some of my students come up with quite positive answers. They say, well, it's not bad all the time. Sometimes, basa-basi can be an icebreaker. It's a way for you to be polite to other people, to show courtesy sometimes, So there are positive values in the practice of basa-basi, okay? And then you can also ask, are all Indonesians like this, And I'm sure you will answer no, because there are Indonesians who don't like to do basa-basi, gitu ya. Have you met Westerners or non-Indonesians who like to do basa-basi? Yes, I have, ya. Ketika saya kuliah di Australia, one of my best friends he is very talkative, He likes to know, kepo ya kalau bahasa kitanya. So actually you begin to see that there are varieties within cultural members. You can't just simply stereotype that Indonesians are the masters of basa-basi, while the Westerners, they are individualists and they like to keep things, private. It's not always the case, So you need to put things in context. Okay, this is a quotation I take from one of my participants, that being intercultural does not mean being more like them. Ya, ini sangat penting. So you don't need to adopt their perspectives to be intercultural. You need to appreciate the differences, but you also, what's more important is that you understand yourself. You need to have principles. Ya, kalau kita tidak punya prinsip, makanya beberapa dari mahasiswa yang saya interview itu seolah-olah mengalami krisis identitas terombang-ambing, ya, because they don't know their principles. Oke, ini saya give me 5 more minutes. I know time is up.
Yeah.
Okay, so ini ya salah satu kutipan yang saya ambil dari mahasiswa saya, salah satu partisipan saya. I've been westernized and somehow become more interested in the Western cultures than in my own culture. I often feel that I do not fit in the Indonesian culture. My view is more open-minded and I do not like small talks. I want to live abroad. I got into this ambiguous phase of not knowing who I really am. According to the law, I'm Indonesian, but I do not feel I am 100% Indonesian because I lack some Indonesian qualities, whatever that is. Ya, this uncertainty makes me feel I'm like an alien. Ini mahasiswa tingkat akhir setelah sekian lama belajar bahasa Inggris. And then, okay, there's a certain inner pressure in myself to keep up with the Western style, to be modern, because she's always on checking Instagram, checking Facebook, and all those things. And then that pressurized her. So then ada juga kutipan seperti ini, ya. Indonesian food becomes the last choice to eat. It is because I think Western foods are more nutritious, so I change my breakfast and dinner to Western foods such as scrambled egg and pancake. And this is real from students. Ya, students' voices. Jadi ini ya, yang paling penting itu bagaimana kita sebagai guru, sebagai pengajar bisa help our students to gain better understanding of their own selves, while also developing appreciation cultural differences. So I'll finish my presentation with this quotation. Intercultural learning itu seharusnya enable us and students, teachers alike, with fulfillment, awareness, and empowerment to be engaged world citizens. Ya, jadi itu mungkin. Terima kasih Saria. Thank you for listening.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Isti. Ini beneran seksi nih Bu Isti materinya. Apalagi pas part waffle versus surabi, sayangnya nggak keluar bitter balance versus odading.
Seperti Iron Man itu ya.
Seperti Iron Man versus Gundala gitu. Thank you so much Ibu Isti. And actually there are also a question delivered to me addressed to Isti, but we still we still have another plenary speaker. Saya di sini, tapi sabar dulu ya. Mari saya perkenalkan ke speaker kita yang berikutnya. Beliau adalah Dr. Muhammad Ramdan Dasuki, LCMA, lahir di Tegal. S1 beliau adalah kajian filsafat di Al-Azhar University. S2-nya juga kajian filsafat dan pemikiran Islam di Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Lalu S3-nya kajian Islam dan pemikiran Islam lagi di UIN Jakarta dengan judul disertasi Teori Keadilan Al-Ghazali dan John Rawls, studi perbandingan bidang politik, hukum, dan sosial. Jadi teman-teman, untuk kesempatan kali ini, Pak Ramdon yang sekarang juga menjabat sebagai Dekan Fakultas Sastra Universitas Pamulang akan menyampaikan materi dengan judul Sastra, Filsafat, dan Religiusitas dalam Bingkai Multikulturalisme Indonesia. Kepada Pak Ramdon, kita persilakan. Pak Ramdon sudah bergabung di Zoom?
Baik, sudah. Bisa
Ya.
didengar ya?
Iya, bisa. Sangat jelas, Pak. Kami bantu untuk presentasi slide-nya ya, Pak. Silakan Pak Ramdon.
Oke, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Bu Sari dan teman-teman panitia yang lainnya, serta narasumber yang lainnya, anak-anakku sekalian, mahasiswa, dalam kesempatan ini saya akan menyampaikan paparan tentang sastra, filsafat, dan religiusitas dalam bingkai multikulturalisme Indonesia. Mungkin sebelumnya bisa saya sampaikan di sini sebagai prolog bahwa kajian sastra ini sepertinya semakin lama semakin menjadi kajian yang cukup langka ya. Karena perbandingannya kalau saya lihat itu dari seminar ini saja ya dibanding dengan kajian bahasa linguistik atau language teaching, sastra ini relatif sedikit ya, walaupun kita berada di Fakultas Sastra. Oleh karena itu mungkin memang butuh satu kajian-kajian yang lebih intensif lagi, bahwa sastra itu memiliki banyak hal yang menarik untuk didalami, banyak yang perlu kita ketahui. Salah satunya adalah relasi atau hubungan antara sastra dan filsafat itu sendiri. Sesuai dengan temanya, sesuai dengan judulnya, bahwa sastra itu bisa diibaratkan sebagai tubuh manusia. Itu secara lengkap ya, mulai dari tangan, kaki, badan, dan organ-organ tubuh yang lainnya, sehingga dalam suatu karya sastra itu untuk mengetahui lebih banyak hal tentang satu tema dalam sastra itu atau dalam karya sastra itu banyak memaparkan, menjelaskan bagaimana liku-liku kehidupan manusia. Bagaimana apa yang dilakukan oleh tangan manusia, organ tubuh manusia yang lainnya, kaki, ya. Kemudian bagaimana mengalami kesedihan, bagaimana mengungkapkan satu bentuk kegembiraan dan sebagainya. Tetapi ada satu organ tubuh lainnya yang dibahasakan dalam kajian filsafat sastra ini, yaitu logika ya, atau otaknya yang berada di kajian filsafat itu. Nah, sehingga kalau dalam kajian sastra dan filsafat atau filsafat dan sastra itu sebenarnya saling melengkapi, saling melengkapi satu dengan yang lainnya. Tanpa adanya filsafat, maka sastra itu menjadi hal yang membosankan. Kajian sastra itu menjadi hal yang sifatnya menjemukan, monoton, itu saja. Nah, tetapi kalau pendekatannya atau disentuh oleh nilai-nilai filsafat, maka karya sastra apapun itu akan menjadi menarik. Contoh misalnya kalau dalam puisi-puisi itu, seperti Anda mendengar bagaimana Rendra membacakan puisi, syair-syairnya, atau mungkin seorang Ebit G. Ade ya, yang menyenandungkan syair-syair lagunya. Nah itu kalau tidak diberikan sentuhan-sentuhan nilai-nilai filsafat, maka akan menjemukan. Nah, tetapi apa yang terjadi? Bahwa setiap kali kita mendengar dendangan syair lagu-lagu Ebet GAD misalnya ya, mungkin kalau anak milenial kurang mengenal, tapi kalau mungkin Anda bertanya ke orang tua Anda ya, atau ke generasi tahun-tahun 80-an, 90-an, nah sampai saat ini pun masih enak didengar ya, masih bisa dinikmati, bahkan semakin lama semakin kita mengingatkan pada satu fenomena kehidupan yang ada dalam manusia. Nah, kurang lebih sama juga kalau misalnya seorang Rendra ya yang membacakan puisi-puisinya itu akan memberikan satu nuansa kehidupan yang baru. Semakin dibaca, diulang, semakin muncul juga bentuk-bentuk fenomena kehidupan manusia yang lebih baru. Nah, kurang lebih seperti itu ya, bahwasanya karya sastra itu jika diberikan sentuhan nilai-nilai filsafat, itu akan memberikan satu bentuk nilai kekekalan yang abadi. Nah, sebagaimana juga karya sastra dalam bentuk tulis ya, itu akan mampu memberikan suguhan berbagai bentuk permasalahan hidup manusia, tetapi dari sudut pandang yang berbeda ya, dan dapat diterima oleh hampir semua kalangan masyarakat. Nah, itu kalau disajikan dengan sentuhan-sentuhan filsafat. Contoh yang lainnya misalnya, kalau dalam satu karya sastra yang nyata dan kita bisa nikmati sekarang itu, bagaimana novel-novel yang pernah dikarang oleh seorang Buya Hamka. Karya-karya sastra yang pernah ditulis oleh Pramudia Anantatur. Nah, Anda mungkin sebagai mahasiswa-mahasiswa sastra tentunya tidak asing ya dengan karya-karya kedua tokoh ini. Walaupun berbeda haluan ya, berbeda ideologi, tetapi kita mengambil nilai-nilai positif dari keduanya. Nah, seorang Buya Hamka bagaimana dulu pernah menulis karya seperti Di Bawah Lindungan Ka'bah, Tenggelamnya Kapal Van der Wijk, ya, Merantau ke Delhi, dan lain sebagainya. Nah, ini memiliki satu nuansa filsafat religi yang tinggi, sehingga masyarakat atau pembaca, siapapun orangnya, itu akan terkesima. Pesan-pesan moral, pesan-pesan adat istiadat, pesan-pesan budaya lokal, ya, pesan-pesan kearifan lokal, pesan-pesan nilai religi, itu bisa mengemas sedemikian rupa sehingga satu narasi cerita yang disampaikan oleh Hamka itu dapat terserap begitu mudahnya di benak kepala setiap pembaca novel tersebut. Nah, kurang lebih juga sama dengan apa yang ditulis oleh seorang Pramudia Anantatur ya. Kalau Anda baca itu bagaimana penuturan seorang Pram itu di karya-karya besarnya itu, Bumi Manusia, Anak Semua Bangsa, Arus Balik ya, dan lain sebagainya dan yang lainnya. Itu kita benar-benar terkesima bahwasanya diri kita itu diajak berkelana, diajak mengembara sampai kepada masa zaman penjajahan dahulu kala. Ya, seorang tokoh Mingke misalnya, dia bisa mengilustrasikan dan bisa menokohkan seorang anak pribumi yang harus berhadapan dengan nilai-nilai feodalisme pada zaman itu. Nah, maka kalau misalnya seorang Pramudia itu dalam satu undangan di satu kampus, saya pernah ingat itu, jangan sampai seperti saya, Pramudia itu menyampaikan, di penjara, ditahan, baru bisa nulis karya. Mungkin bagi kita semua sekarang, yang sekarang kita bebas di alam merdeka, ya, tidak dipenjara atau tidak dibuang ke satu pulau, ya, pulau buru dulu Pramudia, malas untuk menulis sebuah karya, malas untuk membaca karya-karya sastra, malas juga untuk bagaimana kita untuk berimajinasi kemudian menuliskan kembali. Nah, apakah kita menunggu sampai harus tiba gilirannya seperti Pramudia Anantatur yang harus dipenjara dahulu, ya, dibuang ke suatu pulau, baru kemudian mulai menulis sebuah karya sastra. Nah, itu salah satu ilustrasi, ya, ungkapan dari seorang Pramudia Anantatur yang cukup terheran-heran melihat generasi sekarang ini, generasi muda ini malas untuk membaca, apalagi untuk menulis, ya. Nah, dibandingkan dengan beliau saat dibuang ke Pulau Buru tanpa membawa alat tulis, tanpa membawa buku-buku referensi, ya, begitu luar biasanya seorang pramudia, ya, bisa melahirkan karya-karya besarnya itu di tempat pembuangannya. Nah, lalu kemudian dalam konteks yang sifatnya lebih luas lagi, kita bisa juga melihat bagaimana karya-karya seorang Khalil Gibran, ya, kemana juga karya-karya seorang Rumi, William Shakespeare, ya, dan lain sebagainya. Baik, untuk slide berikutnya, ya, bagaimana sastra, susastra itu secara arti bahasa. Nah, ini memang agak unik, ya, kalau kita kembalikan pada arti bahasa, ya, literatur itu berarti kan karya tulis, ya, sementara sastra itu seharusnya termasuk di dalamnya membahas sastra lisan. Nah, ini memang menjadi pembahasan tersendiri nantinya, bahwasanya kalau sastra itu dikonotasikan atau diterjemahkan sebagai karya sastra dalam bidang tulisan, lalu bagaimana nasibnya dengan karya sastra bidang lisan. Nah, itu kita tidak membahas yang lebih jauh lagi, ya. Ini hanya saya ingin menyinggung dan mengingatkan ke Anda semuanya bahwasanya sastra itu sebenarnya juga membahas tentang karya-karya yang sifatnya lisan maupun yang sifatnya tulisan. Nah, adapun bahasa tentunya merupakan alat utama, ya, bagaimana kita untuk mengungkapkan suatu karya sastra. Nah, karya sastra lisan ini yang memanfaatkan nilai filsafat religiusitas dalam bingkai multikulturalisme Indonesia, saya melihatnya itu ada dalam diri sastra wayang. Ya, sastra wayang ini juga memang bisa mungkin saya katakan termasuk juga karya sastra atau karya seni yang juga mulai ditinggalkan oleh masyarakat kita. Yang padahal sebenarnya dalam sastra wayang ini yang memang dinarasikan dalam bentuk lisan merupakan peninggalan karya sastra yang tinggi dan masih dipertahankan dalam masyarakat kita, ya, terutama masyarakat Jawa. Nah, uniknya adalah bahwa dalam sastra wayang itu yang sekarang juga kurang diminati, ya, memiliki berbagai macam hal, memiliki berbagai macam aspek, mengandung berbagai nilai-nilai kearifan lokal, budaya, agama, moral, ya, yang bisa diturunkan secara turun-temurun dari generasi ke generasi di dalam masyarakat kita. Nah, ini juga yang sebenarnya harus dikembangkan oleh masyarakat kita. Kalau di sastra Indonesia itu masih mempertahankan, ya, sastra wayang itu, kurang lebih 4 SKS itu. Nah, ini merupakan salah satu ciri khas kita, ciri khas yang dimiliki oleh bangsa kita, bangsa Indonesia, bahwasanya kita memiliki, bahwasanya Indonesia itu memiliki sastra lisan yang bisa dipertahankan dan bisa dikembangkan oleh masyarakatnya, yaitu sastra wayang. Nah, contoh misalnya bagaimana seorang tokoh Sengkuni, ya, kalau Anda bisa menjelajah ke dunia wayang, itu sangat menarik ya, bahwasanya tokoh-tokoh yang ada di dunia pewayangan itu sangat beragam sekali. Ya, saya mulai tertarik itu beberapa tahun terakhir ya, walaupun agak terlambat, tetapi akhirnya memunculkan satu kesadaran begitu luar biasanya dulu para pujangga-pujangga kita, para sastrawan-sastrawan besar kita ya di zaman dahulu bisa mengekspresikan karakter, sifat, perilaku, lelaku manusia yang ada di sekitar kita dalam sebuah bingkai, yaitu dunia wayang, yaitu sastra wayang. Nah, wayang itu sendiri mungkin secara sederhananya itu pernah saya bertanya ke seorang yang memang pelaku dan pengagum secara turun-temurun, ya artinya kan berarti dari bayangan. Bayangan kehidupan manusia itu wayang, yang memang di situ ditokohkan dengan karakter atau simbol manusia ya, dengan nama-nama yang sudah ditentukan dalam alurnya sastra wayang tersebut. Nah, ini sangat menarik sebenarnya ya, bagaimana kita mempertahankan tradisi budaya, bagaimana kita untuk mengembangkan tata masyarakat yang sudah ada, mempertahankan nilai-nilai luhur manusia Indonesia, ya tentunya dengan kisah cerita yang ditanamkan kepada anak-anak kita. Bagaimana generasi muda itu juga masih memiliki bahwasanya perilaku, perbuatan, sifat-sifat karakter manusia itu yang secara turun-temurun memiliki aturan, adat istiadat, budaya ya yang bisa dipertahankan sebagai identitas jati diri bangsa kita. Nah, itu tercermin dalam dunia wayang ya, itu tercermin dalam sastra lisan yang bernama sastra wayang. Nah, ini juga yang sebenarnya menjadi fokus utama kita. Nah, kendalanya kan sekarang atau apa ya, tantangan kita bersama kan bagaimana untuk bisa menumbuh kembangkan bakat minat generasi muda kita itu untuk mau menggeluti sastra wayang tersebut misalnya. Nah, ini pernah saya undang beberapa dosen, beberapa praktisi teman dalam satu diskusi di YouTube saya yang memang mengangkat tentang sastra wayang ya, dan itu menarik bagaimana Indonesia itu memiliki trademark ya, memiliki identitas yang khas dan orisinil sebagai sebuah kebudayaan, sebagai sebuah bangsa yang memiliki aturan adat istiadat budaya yang tidak seperti negara-negara lain miliki. Nah, salah satunya adalah dalam sastra wayang tersebut. Baik, saya lanjutkan ya tentang bagaimana karya sastra tersebut, terutama sastra tulis ya. Nah, memang memiliki beberapa aliran-aliran ya, atau memiliki beberapa model jika seandainya karya sastra tersebut itu akan menjadi lebih menarik, akan bisa menjadi lebih banyak dibaca atau ingin banyak diketahui oleh para peminat atau para pembaca yang lainnya, kalau dalam karya sastra itu memang juga sama seperti dalam karya filsafat ya. Nah, salah satunya adalah aliran-aliran yang ada tentang religiusitas ya, atau sering disebut dengan ketuhanan, moral, suluk ya. Nah, ini yang tercermin dalam karya-karyanya Buya Hamka diantaranya. Nah, itu memang memiliki konsen atau memiliki titik penekanan pada bagaimana alur cerita tersebut, bagaimana karya sastra tersebut itu dibalut, dibungkus sedemikian rupa dengan memiliki sentuhan-sentuhan nilai-nilai ketuhanan, memiliki nilai-nilai moral, ya, nilai-nilai akhlak yang bisa ditransfer ke para seluruh pembaca-pembacanya. Nah, ini salah satu aliran yang memang perlu juga untuk diterapkan dalam penulisan karya sastra. Atau mungkin dalam aliran lainnya, ya, aliran kritisisme yang bersifat transendental, ya. Jadi memiliki satu kekuatan yang luar biasa, ya, di luar diri kita. Bagaimana kita menghadirkan satu bentuk kekuatan yang maha luar biasa, ya. Nah, itu juga sangat menarik untuk dijadikan satu nilai-nilai filosofi yang bisa dijadikan sentuhan karya-karya sastra yang akan kita tulis. Atau misalnya dalam aliran lain, ya, aliran otoriter, otoritarianisme itu kekuasaan penuh. Ada juga kan bentuk-bentuk model-model novel atau karya sastra yang cenderung menekankan bagaimana sifat sikap otoriter seorang penguasa misalnya, bagaimana dia menampilkan tokoh-tokoh yang ada dalam karya sastranya itu menampilkan bentuk-bentuk otoriter seorang pimpinan misalnya, atau seorang tokoh utamanya memiliki sifat karakter tersebut, ya, atau yang sifat empirisme, ya, pengalaman. Nah, ini juga yang seperti ditulis oleh Buya Hamka dalam karya monumentalnya itu Di Bawah Lindungan Ka'bah. Nah, konon sampai sekarang pun masih menjadi perdebatan, ya, bahwasanya Di Bawah Lindungan Ka'bah itu bisa dikatakan sebagai karya sastra, tapi sifatnya sastra yang sifatnya berasal dari pengalaman hidupnya. Ada juga yang mengatakan ya itu sifatnya imajinatif juga, ya, dan lain sebagainya. Ya mungkin salah satunya itu, ya, bahwasanya sebuah naskah karya sastra itu bisa saja kita tulis, kita susun, ya, kemudian kita jadikan sebagai satu karya sastra, tetapi intinya itu atau sebagian itu berasal dari pengalaman hidup kita, atau dari pengalaman perjalanan hidup kita, atau pengalaman-pengalaman pribadi, atau mungkin meminjam pengalaman hidup sahabat kita, saudara kita, ya, atau diri orang lain, ya, yang sempat kita ketahui, itulah yang dijadikan sebagai nilai filosofi dalam penulisan karya sastra kita. Nah, oleh karena itu memang tidak bisa dipisahkan antara sastra dan filsafat, ya, atau antara filsafat dan sastra. Keduanya itu saling berdampingan, keduanya itu saling melengkapi. Bagaimana nilai-nilai filsafat atau aliran-aliran filsafat itu bisa menjadikan tolak ukur, ya, atau bisa dijadikan sebagai mode dalam penulisan karya sastra. Dan sebaliknya, sastra itu sendiri sebenarnya adalah kepanjangan atau hasil karya seorang manusia yang memang sedang berfilsafat, tetapi dia kembangkan dalam bentuk narasi-narasi, kata-kata, kalimat-kalimat, ya, dari paragraf ke paragraf berikutnya, ya, dengan membingkai atau dengan membungkus satu nilai filsafat itu menjadi sebuah narasi cerita, sebuah narasi naskah yang enak untuk dibaca, ya, yang menarik untuk direnungkan, dan juga memiliki nilai edukasi, memiliki nilai historis, ya, memiliki nilai-nilai filosofi, sehingga menjadi sebuah karya sastra yang mengagumkan. Nah, itulah makanya kalau saya sampaikan di sini ada beberapa aliran-aliran, ya, yang bisa dijadikan sebagai model atau aliran sebuah penulisan karya sastra, ya, atau mungkin dalam bentuk lain atau dalam aliran lain yang disebut dengan realisme, ya, objek apa adanya. Ada juga beberapa novelis, ya, atau sastrawan yang cenderung melihat satu fenomena apa adanya yang terjadi di masyarakat, lalu kemudian dia tuangkan dalam bentuk tulisan, ya, atau yang diabadikan dalam bentuk lisan. Nah, itu juga termasuk salah satu dari aliran yang ada dalam dunia sastra yang sebenarnya diambil dari aliran-aliran yang ada dalam filsafat, yaitu realisme. Ada juga dalam bentuk ekspresionisme, ya, mengutarakan cetusan watak seseorang, ya, seperti misalnya dalam karya-karya Khalil Gibran misalnya, ya, yang cukup kental mengutarakan ide-ide apa ya, kalau bahasa gaulnya sekarang itu ide-idenya yang gokil, ya, yang luar biasa. Bagaimana dia mengutarakan ide imajinasi seorang Khalil Gibran dalam setiap tokohnya yang dia tulis, ya, begitu menarik dan begitu mendalam, sehingga kalau kita membaca karya-karyanya seorang Khalil Gibran itu, kita benar-benar terbawa arus ke dalam satu lorong kehidupan di suatu zaman. Bagaimana kita juga terbawa secara tidak langsung, bagaimana kita mengikuti alur cerita yang ia bangun dalam sebuah peristiwa, ya, dengan kata-katanya yang imajinatif tersebut, sehingga kita terpukau apa yang dia utarakan, apa yang dia ceritakan, ya, apa yang ia narasikan, itu begitu menyentuh, bukan hanya menyentuh relung hati kita, ya, tetapi juga membawa akal logika kita itu untuk mengiyakan segala apa yang ia tulis. Nah, itu kan di situ luar biasanya sebuah karya sastra yang bisa menggugah hati manusia. Ya, karya sastra yang besar, karya sastra yang mengagumkan, itu bisa merubah ekspresi manusia secara spontan. Ya, bagaimana seorang William Shakespeare, atau mungkin kalau yang sekarang ini, ya, yang menjadi film, menjadi beberapa seri itu, ya, bagaimana dunia ilmu sihir, ya.
Harry Potter, ya, Pak Ramdan, ya.
Ya.
Pak Ramdan punten 5 menit lagi, Pak Ramdan.
Oh iya, waktunya. Ya. Baik. Kemudian secara logika filsafat yang sifatnya religi tersebut juga memang menggunakan atau memadukan latar belakang multikulturalisme Indonesia. Seperti yang tadi saya sampaikan dan saya contohkan bagaimana seorang Buya Hamka menuliskan Di Bawah Lindungan Ka'bah ataupun novelnya Tenggelamnya Kapal Van der Wijk, ya, itu memadukan latar belakang filosofi religi dengan budaya-budaya yang ada di Indonesia, ya, seperti adat budaya Minang, kemudian Bugis dan lain sebagainya. Sehingga dapat saya katakan di sini, sedikit saya loncat, adalah bagaimana kita bisa mewarnai kehidupan sastra Indonesia itu dengan menggunakan karya-karya itu lewat multikulturalisme kebudayaan. Nah, ini bisa dilihat ya bahwasannya karya-karya besar dunia itu sanggup bisa dijadikan alternatif lain ya sebagai bacaan hidup manusia. Bagaimana kitab Tantra, Negara Kertagama, kitab Sutasoma yang dulu pernah menjadi khazanah karya sastra besar bangsa Indonesia di masa lalu ya. Lalu bagaimana kemudian dengan Al-Masnawi ya, karangan dari siapa itu dari Persia itu ya, Rumi ya, Jalaluddin Rumi. Nah, sehingga kita masih menunggu bahwasannya karya-karya besar di Indonesia modern ini apakah sudah ada atau memang belum muncul kembali ya. Yang memang tidak menyembuhkan, yang memang inspiratif, yang memang juga memberikan daya dorong hidup manusia itu untuk bisa menjadi lebih baik. Kan kurang lebih itu. Bahwasanya karya sastra bisa menyuguhkan tidak hanya isinya, tetapi bisa menggugah hati manusia. Nah, terakhir adalah bahwasanya dalam proses kita menjadi Indonesia saat ini, memang belum selesai. Artinya, dalam kehidupan kita sehari-hari sekarang ini, kita masih berproses untuk menjadi manusia Indonesia. Seperti apa manusia Indonesia? Ya kita belum tahu. Nah, salah satunya adalah bagaimana kita membangun karakter Indonesia itu ya seperti orang Indonesia, bukan seperti orang Barat, bukan seperti orang Cina, bukan seperti orang Arab, bukan seperti orang Inggris, Eropa, tetapi orang Indonesia, kan seperti itu. Kenapa? Karena jati diri kita itu harus bisa bertahan. Kita bukan fotokopi ya atau bukan copy paste dari karakter bangsa-bangsa yang lain. Nah, salah satunya adalah lewat karya sastra. Dan mudah-mudahan dari pemaparan saya yang cukup singkat ini menjadi sumber bahan renungan dan sumber inspirasi untuk Anda semua, bahwasanya karya sastra itu sangat luas, seluas hutan belantara yang ada di hutan sana. Semakin lama kita menyelami dan memasuki, maka semakin luas pula hal-hal yang bisa kita ketahui. Terima kasih, Bu Sari. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih juga untuk Pak Ramdan atas pemaparan materinya. Wah, menarik sekali ya. Selain dari perspektif karya dan juga pembelajaran Inggris, Pak Ramdan melengkapi kita dengan karya sastra dan perkembangannya di Indonesia. Nah, teman-teman, sekarang kita masuk ke dalam sesi pertanyaan. Actually, there are a lot of questions comes to me. Dan beberapa di antaranya dari YouTube, karena kapasitas Zoom yang hanya 500, jadi banyak juga peserta yang mengikuti dari YouTube dan mengirimkan pertanyaan. Saya bacakan beberapa yang sudah masuk. Pertanyaan pertama itu ditujukan untuk Ibu Isti. Pertanyaannya begini, Bu Isti. How to teach students that have different culture? Bagaimana cara mengatasi cultural discrepancies-nya ketika mahasiswa kita itu berasal dari culture yang berbeda-beda, begitu Bu Isti?
Okay, so thanks for the question. Now, actually, if you already have a classroom that is heterogeneous, so that's an asset. That's an asset for intercultural space to be created. Yeah, so you can ask students to create genuine dialogues so that you don't need to look far for interculturality to happen. We, as a nation, we are multicultural from the start. So when I talk about interculturality, it's not just talking about national boundaries. It's not. So I'm also talking about different ethnic groups. For example, Now we have issues, current issues, for example, that happen in our own nation. For example, what happened to those Papuans, minorities. Now it's you should see it as an asset. When you have that multiculturalism in your classroom. So it's the teacher's job to open up a space for the dialogue to happen. So it's not just a right or wrong thing, but you listen and try to appreciate, okay, what they had to say. So I think it's a very good thing, because you can practice interculturality in your own classroom, and you don't need to create spaces, faraway spaces, like virtual spaces for it to happen.
I relate to this question. We still do we need to pay attention more to the students who comes or who is classified as minority, such as students from Papua? They tend to be more passive than other students which comes from majority, such as from Java. Do we need to pay more attention to those minority in our class?
Well, you give equal space. I think that would be fair.
Equal space.
Equal space, but really genuinely try to listen and understand. Because I mean, and it's the classroom setting is very limited, actually, but make students to try to be engaged with otherness in outside the classroom as well, and so that they can really understand how it's like, to be in other people's shoes. Okay, so the point is that try to give them space to speak up their minds, to speak up their opinion, the minority groups, and that other people should try to listen and relate. What if you're in their shoes, for example, what would you do? So that way, tolerance can be created. Kan sebetulnya apa inti dari permasalahannya adalah we are sometimes, we don't try to listen and understand other people's perspectives, and you are just busy with your own assumption, prejudices, and biases. Tapi tidak membuka ruang untuk betul-betul to generate that genuine dialogue in the classroom.
Got it. Thank you, Bu Isti. And we move to the next question. Ini untuk Ibu Winda. Nah, pertanyaannya, Bu Winda, what's the difference of colonizing and decolonizing in English literary studies?
Thank you for the question. Colonizing means establishing control over colonized people. But in the context of colonizing English literature, it means the exclusion, the marginalizations of literary work written by writers outside the circle of West, white, and mainstream. Jadi pada intinya colonizing itu sebenarnya sudah sangat lama. So, I'm asking to Sari, when I teach you in your S1 degree, I teach William Shakespeare, I teach the William Wordsworth and the poetry of the novel of Emily Bronte. Itu kan semuanya literary works written by writers, outside the circle. This is the circle. Jadi kalau colonizing means you are in the circles of West, white, and mainstream. So this kind of curriculum basically promote the imperial visions and values in post-colonial perspective. Now, decolonizing emerged and claimed for the movement. It aims at, inclusion of literature from other part of the world, from the minorities and the Anglo-Saxons literary traditions. And this is to erase the hierarchical order. So decolonizing means opened a wide space for marginalized texts. kemudian decolonizing ini kemudian digalak-galakan ya untuk itu gitu. So we are given a very wide space untuk karya-karya dari belahan dunia lainnya dan karya-karya sastra minoritas negara-negara maju. So that's what you know, indicated by what we call colonizing versus decolonizing.
Decolonizing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bu Winda.
Yeah.
Yes, and now we come to the next question because we only have 15 minutes left to the question. But the question sangat banyak ini. Saya coba sampaikan yang ini dari Dina Rahma untuk Pak Ramdon. Pertanyaannya, apakah identitas sastra wayang sangat penting dalam membangun eksistensi negeri? Berapa penting sastra wayang berperan dalam membangun eksistensi negeri? Halo Pak Ramdon?
Ya, halo.
Ya, silakan Pak.
Baik, untuk sastra wayang sebenarnya memiliki nilai strategis ya. Bagaimana kita bisa melestarikan adat istiadat, budaya, kearifan lokal yang memang pernah kita miliki. Artinya adalah tidak semuanya hal-hal yang sifatnya tradisional atau lama itu juga tidak sesuai dengan perjalanan masyarakat dan bangsa kita. Artinya adalah setidaknya kalau kita masih mempertahankan adat istiadat budaya yang pernah kita miliki, tentunya itu menjadi sebuah pegangan buat kita. Setidaknya itu bisa dijadikan alternatif pegangan hidup kita. Salah satu contoh yang sederhana sekali ya, bagaimana bangsa Jepang atau bangsa besar di dunia manapun itu mustahil memiliki satu kekuatan daya juang yang sangat tinggi kalau mereka itu tidak memiliki satu etos, tidak memiliki satu nilai, tidak memiliki satu budaya yang kokoh mereka pertahankan. Jadi tidak serta-merta suatu bangsa kuat di dunia manapun yang terjadi begitu saja. Pasti mereka memiliki sebuah rentetan sejarah sehingga mengkristal, sehingga membatu, sehingga menjadi satu kekuatan yang memang secara bertahun-tahun dan mungkin secara berpuluh-puluh tahun itu mereka pelihara sehingga dijadikan sebagai landasan dalam hidup mereka. Kurang lebih itu ya salah satunya bahwasanya sastra wayang itu tetap memiliki satu potensi kearifan lokal, budaya, sastra, dan lain sebagainya untuk menjadi pijakan bangsa kita ke depan. Itu mungkin.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Ramdon. Nah, pertanyaan berikutnya kembali ke Bu Isti. Pertanyaannya begini. As a teacher, how do you get your students that has lost their value to their own culture and prefer to stay to be westernized? Oh, yang seperti tadi di Bu Isti, yang lebih memilih waffle daripada surabi.
Okay, so yes, this is actually a very contemporary issue among the youth of Indonesians, losing their cultural identity. Yeah. So what I do as a teacher, so I'm speaking out of my experience. So for example, right now, I'm assigned to teach intercultural communication. Now, I ask in the classroom, I ask students at the beginning of the session what they expect from the classroom. And many talk about knowing culture A, culture B, culture C, but what do I give them? I give them a reintroduction of our own culture. So for example, I ask them so before exploring or trying to understand otherness, students need to understand who they are first. Yeah. So for example, we talk about issues that's pertinent to our own nation. Yeah. Salah satu contohnya adalah, for example, we talk about representation of Indonesians by the outside world. How do the outside world see us, and how do we respond to this? So that by doing these kind of projects, they begin to understand the philosophies underlying our ways of doing things and our practices, ya. Jadi mengidentifikasi misalkan seperti tadi contohnya, kalian setuju kalau yang saya baca di banyak literatur yang saya baca bahwa orang Indonesia itu tidak kritis, pasif tidak kritis gitu ya, kolektivis dan banyak lagi stereotip lainnya. What do you think about this? Do you think it's true? Okay, so let them know about their own selves, ya. So that's a key to engaging with the other. Jadi sebelum mengetahui misalkan seperti tadi yang Pak Romdon bilang ya, misalkan sebelum kita belajar tentang Shakespeare, apakah kita sudah baca Pramudia Anantatur? How much do we know about Indonesian philosophers? Sebelum baca tentang all those philosophers out there, do we know about Sultan Takdir Ali Syahbana misalkan ya? Jadi by knowing our own cultures, we begin to appreciate. Kita tidak bisa mengapresiasi karena kita tidak tahu siapa diri kita gitu loh. Jadi itu yang jadi masalah. You don't know enough about yourself so that you don't appreciate our ways of doing things and our ways of viewing the world gitu ya. Seperti itu. Jadi gitu.
Yes, thank you, Bu Isti. And the next question is for Bu Winda. Do the minorities writers tend to write about minority discrimination only in their literary works? Atau ada isu-isu lain dalam karya sastranya? Gimana, Bu?
It's interesting, Sari. Masih dengar saya, Sari? Masih ya? Sudah dia agak ini. So they not only promoting their culture, but also they are becoming the agents of, cultural, not only ya, tidak hanya gitu, tapi mereka juga become the agents of a global cultural reform. Yang saya maksudkan di sini adalah, jadi mereka tidak hanya isu-isu itu tidak hanya membawa isu-isu identitas, tapi juga sekarang malah minority right malah membawa isu-isu eco-criticism, ya, bagaimana melindungi alam, and then bagaimana mereka live side by side with other cultures. Jadi yang paling penting itu isu interculturalism, the spirit of interculturalism itu is brought more by minority writing rather than the white or the dominant mainstream writing. Okay, itu Sari.
Oke, thank you Ibu. Nah, mungkin ini adalah pertanyaan terakhir dan ditujukan ketiga speaker kita nih Bu. Karena kebetulan Pak Ramdon, Bu Isti, dan Bu Winda pernah tinggal di luar negeri. Nah, pertanyaan mahasiswanya seperti ini. How to deal with the anxiety when you first have to be in a different countries with multicultural society. Nah, gimana Bu? Dan Pak Ramdon juga, dan Bu Wida dan Bu Isti.
Mulai dari
mungkin Pak Ramdon dulu atau siapa?
Mungkin saya dulu ya.
Boleh.
Saya ingat itu dengan autobiografinya Bung Hatta ya, bahwasanya saat ditanya sepulang dari Belanda, setelah sekian lama itu belajar di Belanda, lalu kemudian pulang ke Indonesia. Dia mengungkapkan kata-katanya yang sederhana tapi mudah dipahami. Artinya begini, tidak berarti saya lama di Belanda itu kemudian pulang ke Indonesia harus menerapkan nilai-nilai keilmuan-keilmuan yang pernah saya dapatkan, bahkan budaya-budaya yang ada di Belanda untuk ditransfer ke Indonesia. Kurang lebih sama seperti yang pernah dilakukan oleh Hasyim Asy'ari atau tokoh-tokoh yang lainnya yang pernah nyantri di Timur Tengah sana. Ya, tidak selamanya Islam itu adalah Arab. Tetapi kalau misalnya kita belajar Islam itu di Timur Tengah sekalipun, pulang ke Indonesia itu, ya kita harus menjadi Indonesia kembali, tetapi yang sudah tercerahkan. Tidak harus mentransfer semua budaya, karakter, aliran pemikiran yang pernah kita pelajari dan pernah kita dapat untuk dipaksakan untuk diterapkan di Indonesia. tapi harus kita sesuaikan dengan karakter manusia Indonesia, budaya Indonesia, ada di istiadat budaya Indonesia, kearifan lokal Indonesia. Itu yang bisa saya sampaikan.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Ramdan. Kalau Bu Isti gimana Bu?
Ya, seperti yang saya bilang tadi di chat box saya sempat menjawab. I think you need to stay true to your principles. Let them know your principles. Ya, jadi saya pernah di luar itu dari SMP ya. Jadi saat itu sekolah di sekolah internasional di mana banyak sekali, kebanyakannya mainstreamnya white, European, and American, tapi beragam budaya yang lain. Dan ketika saya bilang I'm fasting, memang pada awalnya pada aneh ya. So how can you're not starving gitu kan? Then what do you do gitu kan? Pertanyaan A, B, C, D. Tapi when you try to explain your values, and you need to bear this in mind when you are trying to make a dialogue, generate dialogue, bear in mind that it has to be a respectful encounter. Ya, that you really try to genuinely try to understand. Ketika kita menyampaikan dalam Islam itu kami begini gitu ya, they try to respect and appreciate. Bahkan saya sangat
Halo Ibu Isti. Oke, mungkin ada kendala teknis dari Bu Isti karena memang di Zoom ini kita tidak bisa prediksi ya teman-teman. Oke, sambil menunggu Bu Isti, coba kita masuk ke Bu Winda karena Bu Winda ini baru saja pulang, masih hangat ini, baru pulang dari Manchester ya Bu. Untung tidak di 2020, jadi terjebak pandemi kalau 2020.
Ya, untung ya enggak ya. There's an interesting question in a chat box, Sari. Tadi bertanya, ada mungkin mahasiswa kayak bertanya tadi. Masih banyak mahasiswa atau dosen yang speaks very British or American accent, gitu kan? Mungkin saya ketika berangkat ke Inggris itu sudah mungkin Sari tahu karena Sari dalam salah satu mahasiswa saya di S1. So I speak just exactly like this gitu ya. Nah, but it doesn't mean do you adopt the Western value. Kemudian saya kemudian hampir 5 tahun tinggal di situ dan merasakan bagaimana budaya Inggris yang sangat kaku, very, kemudian senyum mereka yang sangat tidak tulus kadang-kadang. Kemudian at the end, I'm writing poems. Ini lebih ke kreatif praktis saya, mungkin saya lebih merefleksikannya. Gitu. At the end, they know me as an emerging Asian British poet. Ya. Jadi ke dalam komunitas Manchester writers dia tidak para British writers yang ada di lingkungan utara Inggris tidak mengenal saya sebagai globalized women, malah saya lebih dikenal sebagai Indonesian women because I bring my identity in my poetry. I bring my what's so-called the distinguished qualities of Indonesia cultures in my writing. Jadi itu yang harus dipertahankan, betul kata Bu Isti. Kalau yes, you speak English, yes, you speak a very good British accent, but it doesn't mean you adopt the value of the West. Yeah, be yourself and be, develop the qualities and the identities and voices in your writing or even in your everyday life. Itu mungkin. Sari, thank you.
Iya, terima kasih Bu Winda. Terima kasih juga untuk teman-teman. Sebenarnya Prof. Riyadi, Bu Isti, dan Bu Winda ini tidak hanya memberikan pelajaran kepada peserta yang mahasiswa, tapi juga kepada dosen-dosen Unpam, karena ketiga speaker ini adalah dosen dari dosen-dosennya Unpam ini. Jadi ilmunya sangat-sangat bermanfaat. Sekali lagi terima kasih Ibu. Semoga di lain kesempatan kita bisa berdiskusi lagi, tapi tidak secara virtual, biar bisa peluk-pelukan.
Nanti kita ke Padang ya. dari
Iya,
nanti
terima
reuni
kasih sekali
expect.
lagi Bu Winda, Bu Isti, dan juga Pak Ramdon, dan juga Prof. Riyadi yang sudah keluar. Demikian sesi plenari kali ini untuk teman-teman peserta. Saya kembalikan kepada our grateful MC, Miss Eka.
Thank you very much, Miss Sari Fitria, SSMA. Terima kasih banyak kepada Ibu Winda, Ibu Isti, dan juga Pak Ramdon. Well, we thank you for the 3 invited speakers on plenary presentations. Once again, thank you for the knowledge you have shared with us. And we hope that all of the interesting topic in this forum will be beneficial for all of us. Ya, saya tidak sabar ingin menyampaikan berita yang sangat gembira sekali untuk kita semua, bahwa hari ini kebetulan bertepatan dengan kita berseminar dan juga bertepatan dengan munculnya hasil yang selama ini sudah kita tunggu-tunggu. 2 tahun kami berjuang bersama tim akreditasi dan alhamdulillah, syukur alhamdulillah kami pun semua panjatkan dan terima kasih hari ini kita mendapatkan hasilnya yang luar biasa. Akreditasi program studi kita mendapatkan nilai yang cukup tinggi untuk B, akreditasi B. Alhamdulillah, ini sebuah perjuangan yang sangat panjang dan yang sangat boleh jadi melelahkan untuk kita semua. I'm proudly announce that this result is really reflect to our heart today. Saya percaya bahwa teman-teman di sini juga, apalagi terutama yang tim akreditasi, jangan nangis semua gitu. Ya betul, karena kami boleh jadi 2 tahun ini kami tidak tidur. Maksudnya tidur itu tidak bisa nyenyak karena setiap malam mimpi kami itu akreditasi. Semua ketakutan, semua perjuangan. Intinya kami berjuang untuk yang terbaik demi program studi, juga demi mahasiswa Unpam yang begitu banyak dan juga mahasiswa sastra Inggris yang selalu bertanya-pertanya, Miss, sastra Inggris sekarang akreditasinya apa? Nah ini saya dengan bangga mengumumkan bahwa kita meraih akreditasi B dengan nilai 342. Tepuk tangan. Luar biasa. Terima kasih tak terhingga untuk Ketua Yayasan Sasmita Jaya, untuk Rektor Universitas Pamulang, LPM, Pak Dekan, Pak Ramdon Dasuki, dan Kaprodi Ibu Triana, Kaprodi sebelum Jasminar yang telah membina, membimbing kami hingga sampai seperti saat ini, dan teman-teman mahasiswa, teman-teman dosen yang luar biasa telah membantu terlaksananya pelaksanaan akreditasi beberapa hari yang lalu, dan semoga hasil ini membawa dampak atau membawa efek yang positif untuk kalian semua teman-teman mahasiswa. Ya, congratulations once again for English Department of Universitas Pamulang, selalu jaya dan berguna untuk negeri. Baik, ini sudah pukul 12 tepat, sepertinya saya harus menutup acara. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end of the main agenda and continue to our parallel session. And this parallel session is to be held on the 3 separated room that will be started at 1 p.m. We would like to invite you all the participants and also the presenters to join with the session based on the schedule attached, including the meeting ID for joining the room. We will have a break for 1 hour and kindly join with our Zoom meeting at 1 o'clock. Once again, thank you very much for your fully attention, appreciation, participation. I'm Eka Margianti, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Miss.
Thank you, Miss.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat yang sukses.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
Terima kasih. Jangan lupa teman-teman presenter untuk masuk ke Zoom-nya sekitar pukul 12.30 karena nanti kita buka mulai pukul 12.30. Dan kepada mahasiswa silakan masuk ke ruangannya masing-masing dalam satu sesi.
Ya, Miss. Makasih.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih. Thank
Makasih.
you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ya, thank you, Miss.
Bye
Thank you,
bye.
Miss. Miss. Thank you, Miss.
See you, Miss.
See you, Miss.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, hands.
Silakan kita beristirahat dulu selama 1 jam ya untuk peserta mahasiswa. Jangan lupa nanti ada absensi melalui aplikasi G-Form ya. Dan untuk mahasiswa ini mahasiswa sastra Inggris, Anda diminta untuk mengikuti 1 main program dan 1 parallel session. Kita memiliki 3 parallel session di sini, 3 parallel session dengan 3 room, artinya nanti akan ada 9 sesi. Di masing ruangan akan dibagi sesuai topik masing-masing, namun di akhir sesi nanti ada beberapa, baik itu apply linguistik dan juga linguistik bersamaan. Tetap semangat untuk kalian semua, stay healthy, stay safe everyone. Dan
Thank you,
janjinya tetap
Miss.
semangat kuliahnya supaya hasilnya bagus ya dan lulus tepat waktu. Semangat karena akreditasnya sekarang kita sudah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Ya Allah.
Selamat, Miss.
Congratulations,
Mohon maaf
Miss.
membuat Anda semua menangis.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Iya.
Akhirnya.
Teman-teman nggak tahu ya di sini tuh terharunya luar biasa karena memang saya harus membawakan acara ini dengan cukup konsentrasi, namun di sisi lain jiwa saya terombang-ambing karena galau, saya ingin nangis gitu kan ya. Saya ini nggak ada teman-teman. Iya betul. Kalau kalian ada di sini semua kita peluk semuanya ya Allah dan
peluk online, Miss.
Iya. Semangat ya, semangat. Ya Allah. Ini masih ada 215. Kenapa tidak mau live? Ini tinggal mahasiswa. Ya, kita ketemu jam 12.45 ya di masing-masing ruangan. Jangan lupa makan dulu. Jangan lupa makan dulu.
Tenang.
Oke, Pak Ibnu. Iya, Pak Ibnu sekali lagi Pak Ibnu terima kasih. Pak Ibnu terima kasih sudah mengikuti dan menghandle acara ini dari awal 7.30 tadi Pak Ibnu. Terima kasih ya PPM. Pak Ibnu mana ya Pak Ibnu ya? Dan jangan lupa acara tadi kan live streaming YouTube ya. Jadi mohon maaf sekali lagi kalau teman-teman yang tidak dapat masuk ke ruangan ini karena memang kapasitas roomnya hanya 500 peserta. Dan teman-teman yang tidak bisa masuk bisa ikut nyimak di YouTube gitu ya.
Dan untuk yang belum absen, kita absen di link yang dikirimkan di email. Terus scroll ke bawah itu ada tulisan apa ya, absen itu sendiri.
Mohon izin saya mau pindah room ya, karena saya harus menghandle sesi paralel. Thank you very much. Mohon pamit. Saya live. Terima kasih semuanya.
Thank you, Miss.
Nanti ada linknya. Ada link ya. Ada link ya. Nanti di monitor aja linknya ya. Oke.
Oke, thank you, Miss.
Oke, sama-sama Christina.
Thank you, Miss. Tadi katanya ada di mana ya? Tadi tuh bahasa udah dengar. Di bawah apa gitu di scroll, nggak ngerti begitu. Bawah apa gitu?
Ada tulisannya feel attendant, feel partisipan di bawah.
Di bawah mana, Kak?
Jadi kan di bawah gabung meeting tuh, yang video, ada video kan.
Iya.
Nah, di bawah video itu ada inian. Ada field participation form. Di bawah video webinar internasional seminar sastra.
Itu buat absen ya?
Ya, itu buat absen.
Oke. Makasih ya, Kak. Nifer. Ini room 2 ya? Sorry, I want asking a question. This is room 2.
Halo. Oh, nggak bisa kebuka ya?
What?
Dimatikan ya? Saya kembali.
Now, first room.
Where is the second room?
Second room.
Yes, right.
Okay.
Who are the speaker in second room? Who are the
It's me,
speaker
is
in
it?
second room?